high there in the 1780, there were gentlemen in England who stayed up through the entire night, recording exactly how many inches of rain fell into a copper tube mounted on a stone post in their garden, because they believed that paying careful, sustained attention to what the sky was doing above them was among the most meaningful things a person could do with their hours on earth. Tonight, you are going to sit in a stone room lit by a single candle on the corner of a wooden desk, and you are going to watch rain stream down a leaded glass window while the autumn wind moves through the courtyard outside. You are going to measure rainfall every hour with a copper rain gauge that you carry out into the dark and back. And you are going to write the numbers down in a leather diary with a quill pen, in columns, in your careful hand. And I just think there is something lovely about a person who stays awake all night just to watch the rain. If you find yourself returning to pillow post when you need to sleep, please do subscribe and leave a comment below telling us where in the world you are listening from tonight, because we genuinely love knowing. Now, dim the lights if you haven't already. Settle into your pillow and let your body go heavy against whatever is holding you. You don't need to do anything else tonight except follow the rain. You're sitting at a wooden desk in a stone room on the upper floor of a small outbuilding set apart from the main house of a country estate in Derbyshire. And the rain has been falling steadily for the past 3 hours. The candle on the corner of the desk is tall and new, purchased specifically for a night like this, and it throws a warm and slightly unsteady light across the brass barometer mounted to the wall, across the leather spine of the weather diary open in front of you, across the copper and quill, and the quill you set down a few minutes ago after recording the 11 o'clock reading. The window panes are leaded and old, each small rectangle of glass slightly warped, so that the rain running down the outside of the window breaks into a dozen separate streams depending on which pane you look through. And the courtyard cobblestones below are dark and gleaming and entirely still. There is a smell in this room that you have grown fond of over the months you have been keeping these records. A combination of tallow from the candle, iron gall ink drying on the page, the cold mineral breath of the stone walls, and faintly, from somewhere below, wood smoke from the main house finding its way under the door. The rain gauge is outside on its post, filling slowly in the dark, and in 1 hour you will pull on your coat and carry your lantern out to read it. But for now, you sit with your hands resting flat on the desk, listening to the rain move across the roof in slow pulses, watching the candle flame lean and recover in the slight draft from the window frame, and you feel, as you often feel on nights like this, that there is nowhere else you are supposed to be. You're standing in the doorway of the small stone room as the last of the autumn light fades from the hills of Derbyshire, and the air feels cold and damp against your skin. room is quiet and smells of old parchment, and the faint metallic scent of the instruments that have been waiting here through the long afternoon for someone to return. You close the heavy oak door, and the latch clicks into place with a sound that seems to settle into the silence of the room like a secret being kept. You move toward the desk, where a single candle is waiting, and the scratch of your match against the stone wall sounds loud and sharp in the still evening air. The flame catches and grows as it consumes the wick, and the light begins to push back the shadows that have gathered in the corners of the small stone study. You're watching the light reflect off the polished brass of the barometer and the tall glass tube where the mercury hangs in its heavy and silent column. The mercury is a strange and beautiful thing, and it responds to the weight of the invisible air in a way that people only began to understand a century ago. You lean closer to see the scale and notice that the silver line has dropped slightly since the morning, which means the storm is moving in from the western hills. This instrument was built by a man in London who spent his life studying the pressure of the atmosphere and how it shifts and changes before the rain begins to fall. You reach out and tap the glass very gently with one finger, and the mercury shivers and settles into its new position as the evening deepens around the stone house. Humans have always looked at the sky and wondered about the rain, and for a long time we thought it was something that could only be felt and never measured. You're thinking about the first people who decided to catch the rain in a bowl and count the depth of the water to understand the rhythm of the seasons. There is a certain kind of peace in the act of observing the world without trying to change it or predict what the next hour might bring to the valley. You believe that paying attention is a form of stillness, and I just think that's a lovely thing to know as you prepare for the night ahead of you. The thermometer hangs on the wall near the window, and the red spirit inside the glass tube shows that the temperature is falling as the sun disappears behind the trees. You're feeling the chill of the stone walls around you, and you know that the fire in the hearth will need more wood if you are to stay awake through the night. The wood is dry and smells of pine and resin, and it crackles as the flames begin to lick at the edges of the logs and fill the room with warmth. Sir Christopher Wren is remembered for the great cathedral he built in London, and yet he also spent many hours designing a rain gauge that could empty itself. He imagined a small bucket that would tip over once it was full, and he wanted to record the precise moment the rain began and how fast it fell on the earth. You're using a simpler method tonight because there is something grounding about the act of manually emptying the gauge seeing the water with your own eyes. The weather diary is a large book bound in dark leather, and the pages are filled with years of observations written in a careful and steady hand by those before. You're opening the book to a fresh page, and the paper is thick and slightly rough, and it feels cool and solid under the palm of your hand as you wait. The ink well is made of heavy glass, and the ink inside is dark and smells of iron and oak galls, and it is ready for the first entry of the evening. You're putting on your heavy coat and picking up the lantern from the hook by the door as you prepare to step out into the darkening garden for the first check. The air outside is different from the air inside the stone room, and it tastes of wet earth and dying leaves, and the coming winter that is waiting for its turn. The rain has started in earnest now, and the sound of it on the leaves of the oak trees is a soft and rhythmic whispering that fills the whole valley. You're walking down the gravel path, and the lantern throws long and flickering shadows across the grass as you move toward the place where the rain gauge is kept. The gauge is a simple copper funnel that leads into a glass cylinder, and it sits on a wooden post that has been weathered by decades of wind and sun. You're lifting the lantern to see the glass, and the water has already begun to collect in the bottom of the tube in a small and shimmering pool of light. There is exactly 1/10 of an inch of rain in the cylinder, and you're noting the level with a sense of quiet satisfaction before you empty the water out. You tip the glass cylinder and watch the water fall onto the grass, and the sound is lost in the larger sound of the rain that is falling everywhere else. You're placing the glass back inside the copper housing and checking that it is level and ready to catch the next hour of rainfall as the night begins. The walk back to the stone room feels shorter now that the first task is complete, and the light from the window looks warm and inviting against the dark. You're stepping back inside and closing the door, and the warmth of the fire reaches out to meet you as you shed your wet coat and return to the desk. You're dipping the quill into the ink, and the sound of the metal nib scratching across the paper is the only sound in the room besides the ticking clock. You record the hour as 6 in the evening, and the rainfall as 1/10 of an inch, and the temperature as 45 degrees on the Fahrenheit scale. You're adding a note about the wind being light from the west, and the clouds being low and heavy, and the feeling of the rain being steady and cold. You're watching the candle flame as it dances and sways in a draft that you cannot feel, and the light it casts is golden and soft on the stone walls. The shadows move along the walls like slow and silent animals, and they seem to be listening to the rain just as you are listening in the quiet room. You're noticing the way the light catches the dust motes that are floating in the air, and they look like tiny stars that are drifting in a private sky. The mantel clock is made of dark mahogany and brass, and the rhythmic ticking is a constant reminder that time is moving forward even when the world feels still. You're following the movement of the second hand as it sweeps around the face, and it feels like a heartbeat that belongs to the house and the valley. Every hour the clock will strike, and it will be your signal to return to the garden and check the rain gauge and record the changes in the night. You're looking at the window where the rain is streaming down the panes in long and irregular lines that distort the view of the trees and the hills. The glass is old and has small bubbles and waves inside it that were formed when the glass was blown, and they catch the light from the candle flame. You're seeing your own reflection in the glass, and it is faint and ghostly, and it seems to belong to another time or another world entirely than your own. This station was built by a man who believed that if we could only record enough data, we would eventually understand the hidden laws of the natural world. He spent 40 years sitting in this same chair and writing in these same books, and he died without knowing the answers to the questions he asked of the sky. You're carrying on his work because the act of recording is important in itself, and it connects you to the earth and the sky in a way that is profound. The stones for this room were gathered from the stream that runs through the bottom of the valley, and they were laid by hand by local masons long ago. You're thinking about the hands that shaped these walls, and how they were also wet with rain and cold with the autumn air as they worked on the station. They built this place to last for centuries, and it has stood through many storms and many seasons, while the world outside has changed in so many ways. You're turning back the pages of the diary to this same day 50 years ago, and seeing that the rain was also falling steadily on that distant October night. The observer then noted that the sheep were moved to the lower pasture, and that the harvest was finished just before the weather turned cold and wet. You're feeling a connection to that person who is now long gone, and yet you are sharing the same experience of the rain and the silence in this room. The wood of the desk is scarred with old ink stains and small scratches, and it feels smooth and warm where your arms rest as you lean forward to write. You're noticing the pattern of the wood grain, and it looks like a map of a country that only exists in the light of a single candle on a rainy night. There is a small brass tray where the quills are kept, and they are sorted by size and shape, and each one has a slightly different character when it writes. choosing a quill that is long and balanced, and it feels light and familiar in your fingers as you prepare for the next hour of quiet observation. The sound of the rain has changed slightly as the wind has picked up, and it is now drumming more loudly on the lead roof of the weather station above you. You're hearing the water as it gurgles in the stone gutters and falls into the rain barrels that are placed around the corners of the building for the garden. The sound is like a chorus of voices that are all speaking at once in a language that you can almost understand if you listen closely enough to the night. The fire has settled into a steady glow, and the warmth is making you feel a little drowsy as you sit in the comfortable chair and wait for the hour. You're resisting the urge to close your eyes because the duty of the observer is to stay awake and notice the small shifts in the world as they happen. You're thinking about how the act of staying awake in the dark is a kind of vigil, and it makes the morning feel more earned and more special when it comes. You're looking again at the thermometer, and the spirit has dropped another degree, and you can see your breath in the air when you move away from the fire. The cold is a reminder that the season is turning, and that the warmth of summer is a memory that is fading into the gray and wet reality of autumn. You're adjusting the collar of your shirt and feeling the wool of your waistcoat, and it is a comfort to have these things that protect you from the night. Evangelista Torricelli was the man who first realized that we are living at the bottom of an ocean of air, and that the air has weight that can be measured. He filled a glass tube with mercury and turned it upside down and saw that the column stayed at a certain height because of the pressure of the atmosphere. You're marveling at the simple brilliance of that idea and how it changed the way we think about the world and the invisible forces that surround us every day. The mercury in your own barometer is following that same law, and it is holding steady for now as the storm continues to move across the hills toward the station. You're noticing a small spider that is moving slowly across the ceiling, and it seems to be searching for a place where the air is still and the light is soft. The spider is another observer of the night, and it knows the shape of the room and the rhythm of the rain in a way that is different from your own. You're feeling a sense of companionship with the small creature, and you watch as it disappears into a crack in the stone wall where it will wait for the morning. The ink on the page is dry now, and it has turned from a deep black to a dark and matte gray that looks permanent and solid in the light of the candle. You're thinking about all the words that have been written in this room and how they are a record of the sky that would otherwise be forgotten by the world. There is a shelf behind you that holds dozens of these leather-bound books, and they are are a history of the weather in this valley for more than a century of time. You're imagining someone 100 years from now opening your book and reading your notes about this night, and the rain, and the temperature, and the western wind. They will know that you were here, and that you were paying attention, and they will see the world as it was on this quiet and rainy night in the autumn of the year. The act of recording is a gift to the future, and it is a way of saying that this moment mattered, and that the world is worth the time it takes to observe. You're hearing the first chime of the mantel clock as it begins to strike 7, and you know that it is time to return to the garden and check the gauge once more. The ritual is beginning in earnest now, and you're feeling a sense of purpose and calm as you prepare to step back out into the cold and the rain and the dark. The lantern is still burning on the desk, and you're picking it up and feeling the weight of it in your hand as you move toward the door of the stone study. In a moment, you'll be walking through the wet grass again and seeing how the water has filled the copper funnel during this last hour of the long and steady storm. You're stepping out of the heavy oak door and feeling the immediate cool touch of the autumn rain as it settles onto your wool shawl and your face. The grass is thick and saturated with the evening moisture, while the yellow lantern light spills across the path and illuminates the individual droplets hanging from the low branches. You're walking toward the stone pedestal, where the copper rain gauge sits in the center of the clearing, and you see the dark reflection of the sky in the water. The metal feels cold and smooth against your fingers as you carefully lift the funnel and prepare to measure the accumulation that has gathered since the last hour passed. The water pours with a soft and musical sound into the glass measuring cylinder, while you hold the lantern close to see the level of the liquid rising. You're noting the marks on the glass with a steady eye, and seeing that the storm has been consistent in its delivery of the gentle and persistent rain tonight. The copper vessel is empty now, and you're replacing the funnel and ensuring that the gauge is level on its stone base, so the collection remains accurate and true. The walk back to the stone study is slow and deliberate because the ground is slick, and the light from the lantern casts long and shifting shadows across the garden. You're returning to the warmth of the small room and closing the door against the wind as the latch clicks into place with a satisfying and solid sound. The air inside is still and smells of old parchment and cold stone, and the faint scent of wood smoke from the small fire that is smoldering in the hearth. You're reaching for the tinderbox and striking the flint to catch a spark on the charred linen, while the small glow begins to grow into a tiny flame. first tallow candle catches the light and begins to burn with a yellow and flickering warmth that chases the deepest shadows back into the corners of the room. You're moving the flame from one wick to the next until the desk is bathed in a soft and golden glow that reflects in the brass fittings of the instruments. The barometer hangs on the wall near the window, and you're leaning forward to see the mercury column, which has remained steady during the last few hours of the storm. The glass tube is cool to the touch, and the silver liquid shines in the candlelight while you record the pressure in the ledger with a careful and practiced hand. You're checking the thermometer next and seeing the alcohol rising slightly in the thin glass channel as the heat from the candles begins to warm the enclosed space. The temperature is mild for a late autumn evening in the valley, and the air feels heavy with the scent of the damp earth and the coming winter season. The ledger is open on the desk, and the paper feels thick and slightly rough under your hand as you prepare to make the first entry of the long night. You're dipping the sharpened quill into the pot of dark iron gall ink and watching as the liquid clings to the tip of the feather in a perfect bead. The scratch of the nib across the parchment is the only sound in the room besides the ticking of the clock and the steady drumming of the rain outside. You're writing the date and the hour with a slow and rhythmic motion, while the ink dries to a deep and permanent black on the pale surface of the page. The words are flowing easily, and you're describing the state of the sky and the direction of the wind as it moves the clouds across the high Derbyshire hills. The observation of the weather is a patient and dedicated task, and you're feeling a sense of connection to the scientists who have walked this path before your time. You're thinking of the long history of this work and remembering how Christopher Wren designed a clever tipping bucket rain gauge more than a century ago in the year 1662. He was a man who saw the underlying order of the world and wanted to capture the movement of the clouds and the falling water in a way that was precise. The mechanical beauty of his invention allowed the rain to tip a small brass vessel, which then recorded the event on a moving paper drum using a simple pencil. You're feeling a connection to his curiosity and his devotion to the task of observing the sky while you sit in this quiet stone room and wait for the hour. The rain is streaming down the glass panes in long and shimmering ribbons, while the dark world outside remains hidden behind the reflection of your own focused and calm face. You're watching the droplets merge and divide as they race toward the wooden sill, and the sound of their impact is a constant and soothing rhythm for your thoughts. The mantel clock continues its steady and mechanical heartbeat in the silence, and the brass pendulum swings back and forth with a hypnotic and regular motion that fills the room. You're listening to the internal machinery of the timekeeper as the gears turn, and the spring releases its tension in small and measured increments throughout the dark and quiet night. The candle flame is steady and bright, and it illuminates the dust motes dancing in the air, while the shadows on the wall move with a slow and graceful dance. You're leaning back in the wooden chair and feeling the support of the grain against your spine as you watch the light play across the surface of the copper instruments. The world feels small and contained within these 4 stone walls, and you're grateful for the shelter and the purpose that this night of observation has provided for your soul. The sound of the rain is changing slightly and becoming more hollow as the wind picks up and carries the moisture against the side of the weather station with more force. You're noticing the subtle shift in the tone of the evening and wondering how the measurements will change as the storm continues to evolve and move through the wide valley. The ink on the page is fully dry now, and it looks like a series of small and dark anchors that hold the memory of this moment in place for anyone who might read. You're resting your hand on the edge of the desk and feeling the coolness of the wood, while the warmth of the candles provides a soft and comforting counterpoint. The passage of time is marked by the movement of the clouds and the accumulation of the water and the slow and steady burning of the tallow wicks in the darkness. The next hour is approaching, and you're preparing yourself to return to the garden and see what the sky has delivered to the copper funnel during this quiet and focused interval. You're reaching for your wool shawl and wrapping it tightly around your shoulders as the heat from the hearth begins to fade into the corners of the stone study. The lantern is waiting by the door, and you're picking it up and feeling the familiar weight as the light swings in a wide and golden arc across the floorboards. The latch is cold under your thumb, and you're pressing it down to hear the click before you step back out into the wet and the wind and the dark night. The air is fresh and smells of the high moors and the pine trees, and you're breathing it in deeply as you move down the path toward the garden once again. You're seeing the rain gauge standing like a silent sentinel in the center of the clearing, and the copper is shining with a dull and metallic luster in the lantern light. The world is sleeping all around you, but you're awake and watching and recording the details of the storm as it moves through the hills and the valleys of the earth. You're feeling a sense of peace and belonging in this work, and the rhythm of the rain is a song that you have learned to hear with your heart tonight. The water is still falling, and the clock is still ticking the ledger is waiting for the next entry that will tell the story of this long and beautiful night. You're noting that the level in the gauge has risen by another fraction of an inch, and the consistency of the storm is a testament to the power of the natural world. The measurement is a small thing in the grand scale of the universe, and yet you're knowing that every drop matters and every observation is a piece of a larger truth. You're walking back to the house and seeing the faint glow of the candles through the window glass, and the sight is a warm and welcoming beacon in the dark. The stone walls are thick and strong, and they have stood against the weather for many years, and they will continue to stand long after this night has passed away. You entering the study and feeling the sudden stillness of the air as the door closes, and the sound of the rain becomes a soft and distant murmur once again. The ledger is waiting, and the quill is ready, and you're sitting down to continue the task that has become the center of your world for this single and perfect night. The light of the candles is beginning to dim as the wicks grow shorter, and the wax pools in the brass holders with a slow and steady and quiet rhythm. You're reaching for the snuffer and carefully trimming the first wick so the flame remains clear and bright for the remaining hours of the long and patient observation. The room is full of the presence of the past and the promise of the future, and you're feeling the weight and the beauty of the moment as it unfolds before you. The scratching of the quill begins again, and the ink flows onto the parchment with a grace and a certainty that comes from the deep and quiet focus of the work. You're writing about the pattern of the rainfall and the way the light looks as it reflects in the wet glass of the windows during the middle of the night. The world is vast and mysterious, and you're finding comfort in the small and measurable things that you can hold in your hand and see with your eyes this evening. The clock strikes the half hour, and the sound is a gentle reminder of the constant movement of the world and the importance of staying present and attentive to the task. You're closing your eyes for a moment and listening to the sound of your own breathing as it mingles with the rhythm of the rain and the ticking of the brass gears. The sense of calm is deep and absolute, and you're knowing that this night will remain a part of you and a part of the history of this small stone weather station. The candle is flickering slightly as a small draft moves through the room, and the shadows on the wall shift and change with a slow and silent and graceful motion. You're opening the ledger to a new page and seeing the clean and empty space that is waiting to be filled with the details of the coming hours of the storm. The journey is far from over, and you're ready to continue the watch and record the movement of the sky as it brings the water down to the thirsty and waiting earth. The copper gauge is waiting in the garden, and the mercury is waiting in the tube. And you're waiting in the quiet room for the next hour to strike and begin. You're feeling the softness of the wool against your skin, and the warmth of the tea in the cup, and the steady beat of your heart in the silence of the night. The rain continues its long and steady and peaceful descent from the clouds, and the world is washed clean and new by the power and the beauty of the falling water. You're watching the ink dry on the page and seeing the permanent record of the weather as it was in the year 1780 on this dark and quiet night in the valley. The task is a labor of love and a labor of curiosity, and you're honored to be the one who is keeping the watch and telling the story of the sky this evening. The mantle clock is preparing to strike the next hour, and you're listening for the internal mechanism to engage and release the hammer against the small and resonant bell. The sound is clear and sweet, and it carries through the room with a sense of authority and grace that marks the transition from one moment of observation to the next. You're standing up and stretching your limbs as the stillness of the room begins to settle into your bones, and you prepare for the next walk through the garden path. The lantern is still burning, and the flame is a small and steady companion that will guide you through the darkness, and the rain to the stone pedestal in the center. The door opens, and the air rushes in to meet you, and you're stepping out into the world with a sense of wonder and a sense of duty and a sense of absolute peace. The rain is a gift, and the record is a gift, and you're the one who is receiving and giving and living in the center of the beautiful and quiet and long-lasting night. You're noting the way the lantern light catches the edges of the copper funnel, and seeing how the water has filled the vessel with a clarity and a depth that is pure. The world is unfolding exactly as it should, and you're part of the unfolding, and part of the recording, and part of the mystery of the weather, and the time, and the place. You're breathing in the damp air, and feeling the strength of the earth under your feet as you move through the wet grass, and the falling rain with a steady and calm step. The observation continues, and the story grows longer, and the memory becomes deeper as the night moves toward the first light of the coming and beautiful and quiet dawn. The mantle clock strikes the hour with a soft and metallic resonance that fills the small stone room, while the rain continues its steady work against the glass. You're watching the candle flame remain perfectly still in the draftless air as you prepare to move from the warmth of the fire toward the cold reality of the night. The transition from the sedentary comfort of the chair to to the standing position feels slow and deliberate because every movement in this quiet house seems to carry more weight. You reach for the heavy brass key on the mantel and feel the cold metal against your palm, while the shadows of the room shift and dance along the lime-washed walls. The door to the garden opens with a familiar resistance, and the damp autumn air rushes in to meet you with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves. You're stepping onto the stone threshold now, and the sound of the rain changes from a distant drumming to a sharp and immediate clatter against your heavy woolen coat. The copper rain gauge stands on its pedestal in the center of the lawn, where it catches every drop that falls from the dark and heavy sky above the sleeping estate. You lift the inner cylinder with a practiced motion and carry it back toward the light of the doorway so that you can see the level of the water inside. The measurement shows exactly 12/100ths of an inch for the last hour, and you note how the water forms a slight curve where it touches the polished metal. You're walking back to the heavy oak desk where the weather diary lies open, and the smell of iron gall ink rises to meet you in the quiet room. The quill moves across the parchment with a rhythmic scratching sound as you record the hour and the decimal figure in the neat columns that you have prepared. The ink is dark and wet on the page, and it reflects the candlelight for a few moments before it sinks into the fibers of the paper and becomes permanent. This practice of recording the rain began in earnest nearly a century ago, when men like Richard Townley started to wonder how much water actually fell from the sky. Townley sat in his cold tower in Lancashire and watched the clouds move in from the Irish Sea while he measured the harvest of the heavens with a simple funnel. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know, because it reminds us that we are part of a long lineage of people who have looked at the sky and wondered. You're sitting back in the chair now and listening to the clock as it begins its slow journey toward the next hour, while the fire settles into a bed of glowing coals. The thermometer on the window frame shows that the temperature has dropped 2 degrees since the sun went down, and the mercury has retreated into its narrow glass home. This new scale was devised by Daniel Fahrenheit only a few decades ago, and it allows us to speak of the cold with a precision that our grandfathers never knew. You watch the smoke from the chimney move horizontal across the dark trees, and this tells you that the wind is coming from the north and bringing more rain with it. There is a deep satisfaction in knowing the direction of the invisible air and the weight of the water that it carries across the landscape while the world sleeps. The second hour of your vigil begins with the sound of the kettle singing on the small iron stove in the corner of the study, where the heat is most concentrated. You're lifting the ceramic teapot and feeling the warmth spread through your fingers as you pour the hot water over the dried leaves and watch the steam rise. The scent of the tea blends with the smell of the wood smoke and the old books that line the shelves to create an atmosphere of safety and quiet contemplation. Gilbert White of Selborne lived this way for many years as he watched the arrival of the birds and the first flowering of the dandelions in his garden. He understood that the smallest details of the natural world were worthy of our attention, and that the act of recording them was a way of honoring the earth. You're sipping the warm tea now, and watching the rain stream down the window panes in long and shimmering ribbons that distort the view of the dark garden. The world outside has dissolved into a series of gray and silver shapes, while the interior of the stone room feels increasingly solid and certain in its stillness. The clock on the wall continues its steady measurement of time, and it seems to agree with the rhythm of the rain as they both move forward without any haste. You're thinking about the way the water moves through the soil and finds its way into the deep roots of the ancient oaks that stand at the edge of the woods. The rain is a gift to the thirsty earth, and you are the one who has been chosen to witness its arrival and to keep a faithful account of its abundance. The scratching of the quill begins again as you add a small note about the wind and the way it seems to be strengthening as the evening deepens into night. Each entry in the diary is a small victory over the chaos of the world, because it places a number and a name on something that is otherwise wild and formless. The handwriting is steady and clear, and it reflects the calm of your mind as you settle further into the routine of the observation and the quiet wait. You're noticing the way the candlelight catches the edge of the copper gauge through the window, and it looks like a small and solitary lighthouse in the dark. The third hour is approaching, and you feel the familiar pull of the task as it draws you out of your thoughts and back toward the physical reality of the rain. The air in the room has grown cooler as the fire burns lower, and you reach for another log to keep the hearth glowing through the long hours of the night. The wood is dry, and it catches the flame with a soft, hissing sound that reminds you of the wind in the pines during the height of the summer season. You're leaning forward to watch the sparks rise up the chimney and join the dark air where they are extinguished by the first touch of the falling water. The cycle of the heat and the cold is happening all around you while you remain at the center of the storm and maintain your quiet and steady watch. The transition from the warmth of the fire to the cold of the garden is becoming easier as your body adapts to the changing rhythms of the autumn evening. You're stepping out for the third measurement, and you notice that the rain has become finer and more persistent as it fills the air with a silvery mist. The copper gauge feels colder in your hand this time, and the water inside is clear and still as it reflects the pale light of the moon behind the clouds. The reading is slightly higher than the last hour, and you feel a sense of quiet accomplishment as you carry the cylinder back toward the safety of the study. This is the work of the naturalist and the observer who understands that the truth is found in the slow and patient accumulation of many small and quiet facts. You're recording the new figure in the diary, and the ink seems to flow more easily from the quill as the room grows darker and the world outside retreats. The clock strikes 8, and the sound is like a companion in the silence as it marks the completion of another hour of your long and peaceful vigil. The next hour will bring you deeper into the heart of the night, where the shadows are longer, and the sound of the rain is the only voice that remains. You're preparing for the transition into the late evening, where the routine will become even more mechanical, and your mind will begin to drift into the dark. The story of the rain is only just beginning, and you are ready to follow it through the coming hours as the world settles into a deep and lasting sleep. You're watching the candlelight flicker against the dark stone walls, while the steady rhythm of the rain outside continues to mark the passage of the evening hours. The ink on the page is slowly drying, and the dark letters of your previous entries are becoming a permanent part of the history of this quiet autumn night. The 9th hour is approaching, and you can feel the subtle shift in the air as the moisture settles into the stones and the world becomes even more still. You're reaching for your wool shawl to ward off the dampness that creeps in through the cracks in the heavy oak door, while the candle flame dances in the draft. The clock on the wall continues its steady beat, and the sound of the ticking is like a rhythmic heart that keeps the small room grounded in the vast darkness. You're preparing for the next journey out to the rain gauge, and the cool air from the hallway meets you as you open the inner door of the weather station. The copper funnel is waiting in the garden, and you imagine the way the individual drops are gathering in the cylinder to be measured by your careful hands. The process of the measurement is a quiet ritual, and you move with a deliberate slowness to ensure that not a single drop of the precious water is lost. You're holding the heavy brass cylinder and watching the way the candlelight reflects in the clear liquid, while the smell of wet earth fills the small room. The rain has been steady, and the level in the gauge is higher than it was an hour ago, which tells a story of a persistent and gentle autumn storm. You're dipping the quill into the iron gall ink, and the dark fluid flows onto the parchment as you record the new figure for the 9 o'clock observation. The scratch of the quill is the only sound in the room, and the sensation of the nib moving over the paper is a grounding and satisfying connection to the task. The history of weather observation is filled with the names of people who sat in similar rooms and watched the rain fall while the rest of the world was asleep. Gilbert White is recording the movements of the birds and the changes in the garden at Selborne, and his meticulous notes are a testament to the power of observation. He watches the way the swallows gather before their long journey, and he notes the exact day when the first primrose appears in the sheltered corners of the woods. The world of the 18th century is a place of discovery, and the weather is a mystery that is slowly being solved by those who have the patience to watch. You're feeling a sense of connection to these distant observers as you sit in the silence and wait for the next hour to arrive while the rain continues. The small iron stove in the corner is glowing with a low heat, and you're placing a small kettle on the top to prepare a simple pot of tea. The sound of the water beginning to simmer is a warm and comforting song, and the steam rises in soft clouds that catch the light of the flickering candle. You're watching the way the tea leaves unfold in the hot water, and the fragrance of the herbs fills the air with a sense of calm and well-being. The warmth of the cup in your hands is a welcome contrast to the cool evening air, and the first sip is a soothing balm for the long hours of the vigil. The night is unfolding in a series of small and meaningful moments, and the rain is the constant companion that ties everything together into a single story. You're looking out through the window glass, and the rain is streaming down the panes in long and graceful lines that distort the view of the dark garden. The reflection of your face in the glass is a ghost that watches from the shadows, and the light of the candle creates a small world of warmth in the vast night. The hills of Derbyshire are hidden in the mist, and the sound of the wind moving through the trees is a soft and distant sigh that speaks of the coming winter. The thermometer on the wall is showing a steady decline in the temperature, and the liquid in the glass tube is a silver line that marks the cooling of the earth. You're noting the reading in the diary, and the numbers are a silent record of the way the warmth of the day is slowly fading into the deep and quiet night. The wind direction has shifted slightly to the north, and the weather vane on the roof is turning with a soft creak that you can hear in the moments of silence. The story of the weather is a story of movement and change. And you are the witness who captures the invisible forces that shape the world around you. You're feeling the weight of the responsibility and the peace of the solitude as you prepare for the transition into the 10th hour of your long observation. The clock strikes 10, and the sound is a deep and resonant bell that echoes through the stone station and calls you back to the routine of the night. The rain has become more intense, and the sound of the drops hitting the lead roof is a loud and persistent drumming that fills the room with energy. You're reaching for the copper gauge once more, and the feeling of the cold metal against your skin is a sharp and invigorating reminder of the world outside. The water is pouring from the funnel into the cylinder, and the sound is a bright and splashing music that celebrates the abundance of the autumn rain. You're returning to the desk, and the light of the candle is a golden glow that welcomes you back to the safety and the warmth of the weather station. The ink is ready, and the parchment is waiting, and you're recording the 10th reading with a sense of pride in the consistency and the accuracy of your work. The numbers are beginning to form a pattern, and you can see the way the storm is growing in strength as the night moves toward the middle of its long journey. Luke Howard will later give names to the clouds, and he will describe the way the cumulus and the stratus and the cirrus move through the vast and open sky. He will watch the way the vapor gathers and the way the light changes as the clouds shift and change their shapes in the restless and ever-moving air. The classification of the heavens is a task for the future, and you are laying the foundation with your simple and honest records of the rain and the wind. You're feeling a sense of wonder at the scale of the atmosphere and the way the small measurements you make are a part of a much larger and more complex system. The rain that falls on this stone station is the same rain that falls on the fields and the forests and the distant mountains of the English countryside. The world is connected by the water and the air, and the cycle of the seasons is a dance that continues regardless of the presence of any human observer. You're resting your head on your hand and watching the shadows move across the ceiling while the rhythm of the rain becomes a lullaby for the tired mind. The candle is burning lower, and the wax is pooling in the brass holder in a series of smooth and translucent ripples that catch the dying light. The night is half over, and the routine of the observations has become a familiar and comforting path through the darkness and the silence of the station. You're listening to the sound of the kettle cooling on the stove, and the small clicks of the metal are like a conversation between the fire and the air. The smell of the tea is still lingering in the room, and the warmth of the drink has settled into your bones and created a sense of deep and lasting peace. The rain continues to fall, and the sound is a soft and rhythmic pulsing that matches the beating of your heart and the ticking of the long case clock. You're feeling the softness of the wool shawl against your neck, and the way the fabric holds the warmth of your body in the cool and damp air of the night. The diary is a companion that holds the secrets of the weather, and the words you have written are a bridge between the present and the distant and unknown future. The story of the rain is a story of life, and the water that gathers in the gauge will eventually find its way into the streams and the rivers of the valley. You're preparing for the 11th hour and the transition into the deepest part of the night, where the silence is the most profound and the darkness is absolute. The world outside is a mystery of wet leaves and hidden paths, and the only light is the small and steady glow of the candle in the window of the stone station. The routine is a shield against the vastness of the night, and the measurements are a way of making sense of the chaos and the beauty of the natural world. You're watching the way the light of the candle reflects in the polished brass of the instruments, and the golden glow is a warm and inviting presence in the room. The rain is a constant and soothing sound that fills the spaces between the thoughts and allows the mind to drift into a state of quiet and peaceful reflection. The night is moving forward, and the world is settling into a deep and lasting sleep, while you remain awake to record the secrets of the autumn storm. You're feeling the stillness of the stone walls and the way they protect you from the wind, and the rain that continue to move through the darkness outside. The station is a sanctuary and a laboratory, and the work you do is a blend of science and art that captures the essence of the shifting and changing weather. The ink flows smoothly from the quill, and the letters are a testament to the precision and the care that you bring to every moment of this long and quiet vigil. The 11th hour arrives, and the clock strikes with a soft and mellow tone that seems to blend with the sound of the rain and the wind in the trees. You're moving toward the door with a sense of purpose, and the cool air is a fresh and clean sensation that clears the mind and sharpens the senses. The rain gauge is waiting, and the water is a clear and sparkling liquid that holds the memory of the clouds and the journey through the vast and open sky. You're measuring the level with a steady hand, and the feeling of the brass cylinder is a familiar and grounding weight that connects you to the task at hand. The record is updated, and the diary is a complete and accurate history of the night so far, and you're feeling a sense of satisfaction in the progress of the work. The story of the weather is continuing to unfold, and you are the faithful narrator who records the details of the rain and the wind and the cooling of the earth. You're watching the way the candle flame flickers as the wick grows shorter, and the light becomes a softer and more intimate glow in the small and quiet room. The night is reaching its zenith, and the silence is a heavy and peaceful blanket that covers the world and allows the spirit to find a moment of rest. The rain is a gentle and persistent rhythm that continues to play its song against the stones and the glass and the lead of the weather station roof. You're feeling the connection to the earth and the sky and the way the small actions of the night are a part of the grand and eternal cycle of the seasons. The work is a meditation, and the routine is a prayer, and the measurements are a way of honoring the beauty and the complexity of the world in which we live. The night is moving toward the dawn, and the story of the rain is reaching its conclusion as the light begins to change in the distant and hidden corners of the sky. You're resting in the chair and listening to the sound of the rain and the clock and the wind while the shadows move and the candle continues to burn. The world is a place of peace and quiet, and the weather station is a small island of light in the vast and dark sea of the autumn night. The rain falls, and the ink dries, and the story of the weather is recorded for all time in the pages of the diary and the memory of the quiet observer. The transition into the final hours of the night is beginning, and you're ready to follow the path through the darkness and into the soft and gentle light of the dawn. The rain is a blessing, and the silence is a gift, and the work of the night is a labor of love that connects the heart to the mysteries of the natural world. The stone station is a place of strength, and the weather is a force of beauty, and you are the witness who stands at the intersection of the two in the quiet. The story of the rain will continue long after the candle has burned out, and the diary has been closed, and the observer has found a moment of well-deserved rest. You're watching the last of the tea leaves settle in the bottom of the cup, and the warmth of the room is a soft and inviting embrace that promises a deep sleep. The rain continues to fall, and the world remains still, and the night is a long and peaceful journey through the shadows and the light of the autumn storm. The final entries are waiting to be made, and the quill is ready, and the ink is dark, and the parchment is clean, and the mind is clear, and the heart is full. The weather is a song, and the rain is a rhythm, and the observation is a dance, and the night is a dream that unfolds in the quiet of the stone station. light of the dawn is still far away, and the darkness is a friend that holds the world in a gentle and lasting embrace while the rain continues to fall. You're feeling the softness of the air and the weight of the silence and the peace of the solitude as you prepare for the final hours of the long vigil. The station is a home, and the instruments are companions, and the work is a life, and the weather is a wonder that never ceases to amaze and inspire the heart. The rain falls, and the clock ticks, and the observer watches, and the world settles into a deep and lasting sleep in the heart of the Derbyshire hills. The story of the rain is a story of endurance, and the stone station is a monument to the patience and the dedication of those who watch the shifting sky. You all see the way the light begins to change as the night moves toward its end, and the rain becomes a soft and silver mist that covers the sleeping world. The diary is a treasure, and the measurements are a legacy, and the observations are a gift to the future that will seek to understand the secrets of the weather. The night is almost over, and the work is almost done, and the peace of the dawn is waiting to welcome the weary observer back to the world of the living. The rain continues to fall, and the silence remains, and the stone station stands as a silent witness to the beauty and the power of the autumn storm. The story of the rain is a story of peace, and the night is a journey of discovery, and the observation is a moment of grace in the vast and moving world. The light of the candle is a small and steady flame that defies the darkness, and the rain and the wind, and the passing of the long and quiet evening hours. You're resting in the stillness and the warmth and the safety of the weather station, while the rain plays its final song against the stones of the ancient walls. The dawn is coming, and the world is waking, and the story of the rain is concluding with a soft and gentle sigh that speaks of the beauty of the morning light. The clock on the mantel strikes 9 times with a clear and silver tone that seems to hang in the air for a moment before it dissolves into the steady sound of the rain. You're sitting by the small desk where the candlelight catches the edge of the glass barometer, and the mercury inside is a dark and heavy silver line against the polished wood. The sound of the water against the stone walls has changed since the sun went down, and it is no longer a scattered tapping, but a deep and constant hum that fills the room. You're watching the way the light from the single candle moves across the surface of the parchment, and the ink in the well is a dark pool that waits for the next entry. The mercury in the tube has moved since the last hour, and it sits now a fraction lower than before, as the pressure of the atmosphere begins to change and soften. It is a strange thing to think that the very air around us has a weight that can be measured and recorded with such quiet and silver precision in a glass tube. In 1643, a man named Torricelli took a long glass tube and filled it with mercury before turning it upside down into a silver bowl of the same metal. He watched as the liquid stayed suspended in the glass and realized that it was not held there by magic or by the vacuum at the top of the tube. He understood that we are all living at the bottom of a vast sea of air, and the weight of that invisible ocean is what pushes the mercury up the glass. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know as you sit here in the quiet study, while the weight of the night air presses down upon the roof and the stone. The mercury is falling now because the air is becoming lighter, and as it rises, it allows the clouds to release the moisture they have been carrying across the hills. You're leaning forward to see the scale more clearly, and you notice the way the silver liquid curves at the top in a gentle arc that shows its heavy and liquid nature. The falling barometer is a promise of more rain to come, and it tells a story of the winds and the currents that move far above the trees where we cannot see them. It is time to go to the door and check the copper rain gauge that sits in the middle of the small stone courtyard where the autumn leaves have begun to gather. You're pulling the wool shawl more tightly around your shoulders as you rise from the chair, and the floorboards make a soft and familiar sound beneath your feet in the dark. The air in the hallway is cooler than the study, and it carries the scent of damp stone and the faint smell of wood smoke from the kitchen fire that is slowly dying down. When you open the heavy oak door, the sound of the rain becomes much louder, and the cold air moves against your face like a wet silk veil in the darkness. The courtyard is a world of shadows and silver lines where the water runs down the stone walls and finds its way into the cracks between the old paving stones. You're walking slowly across the wet stones while the rain falls on your head, and the copper gauge is a dark shape that waits for you in the center of the yard. The small glass cylinder inside the copper sleeve is filling with water, and you lift it out with care so that not a single drop is lost to the thirsty ground below. You bring the cylinder back into the light of the doorway and hold it up to see how many inches of rain have fallen since the clock last struck the hour. The water is clear and cold, and it catches the light from the hallway as you note the measurement and prepare to return to the warmth of the study once again. Back at the desk, the quill is waiting, and you dip the tip into the iron gall ink before the silver nib touches the paper with a soft and rhythmic scratch. You're You're recording the 9 o'clock measurement with a steady hand, and the letters are dark and wet as they form the words on the page in the flickering light. The diary is a record of a night that would otherwise be forgotten, and every entry is a way of honoring the quiet and persistent motion of the world outside the glass. The smell of the ink is sharp and earthy, and it mixes with the scent of the candle wax as you watch the dark lines dry and settle into the grain of the parchment. You're looking at the window, now where the rain is streaming down the glass in long and crooked paths that make the world outside look like a painting that is melting. The reflection of your face in the glass is thin and pale, and it seems to float among the trees, and the rain as if you are a part of the night itself. The rain has found its rhythm now, and it is a steady and tireless sound that seems as if it could go on forever, without ever needing to stop or change its pace. The clock on the mantel continues its patient ticking, and the sound is a small and mechanical heart that keeps time while the rest of the world is governed by the rain. You're feeling the warmth of the room as a solid and comforting thing, while the cold and the wet are held at bay by the thick stone walls and the glass panes. The act of measuring the rain is a form of stillness, and it is a way of being present with the night without needing to change anything or move any faster than the water. The meteorologist does not try to command the clouds or the wind, and he only watches and records the way the world moves through its own slow and seasonal changes. Stay with me here as the night deepens, and the rain becomes a silver curtain that wraps around the house and the hills and the quiet valleys of the country estate. You're noticing the way the candlelight reflects in the brass fittings of the barometer, and the golden glow is a small and steady sun in the center of the dark room. The mercury continues its slow descent, and it is a silent messenger from the sky that tells of the changing weight of the air and the coming of the deeper night. There is a peace in knowing that the rain will fall, whether we measure it or not, and our recording is only a way of paying attention to the beauty of the constant. The quill moves across the paper once more as you add a small note about the character of the rain and the way it seems to have settled into a long and easy sleep. You're about to see how the night changes as we move toward the middle hours, and the fire in the grate settles into a bed of red and glowing coals. In a moment, you will find yourself listening to the deeper silence that lives beneath the sound of the water and the wind as the world turns toward the 10th hour. The clock in the hallway strikes the 10th hour with a slow and rhythmic chime that echoes softly against the stone walls of the study while you prepare for the next measurement. You're standing by the heavy oak desk, and the light from the single tallow candle casts long and dancing shadows across the leather-bound journals and the brass instruments. The rain has intensified, and the sound against the window glass is a steady and rhythmic drumming that fills the room with a sense of isolation and quiet focus. You reach for the heavy wool shawl that rests over the back of your chair and wrap it tightly around your shoulders as the dampness of the night begins to seep through the stone. The copper rain gauge stands outside on its stone plinth, and you can hear the distinct metallic ring of the water as it collects within the polished funnel during the storm. You step toward the door, and the cool air of the passage greets you with the scent of wet earth and ancient stone, while the world remains hidden in the darkness. The brass latch is cold beneath your hand, and the sound of the clicking mechanism is sharp in the silence of the house as you open the door to the elements. You're watching the rain fall in silver sheets through the sliver of light from the doorway, and the moisture clings to your skin with a refreshing and sharp clarity. The copper vessel is heavy and cool as you lift it from its mount, and the weight of the collected water tells the story of the last hour of the autumn night. You carry the gauge back into the warmth of the study, and the smell of the wet metal mingles with the scent of the wood smoke and the iron gall ink. The measurement is precise, and you watch the water level rise in the glass cylinder as the silver markings indicate another 1/10 of an inch has fallen from the sky. You're dipping the quill into the dark ink, and the scratch of the nib against the parchment is a grounding sound that connects you to the long history of this place. The entry for the 10th hour is written in a neat and flowing hand, and the ink stays wet and glossy for a moment before it settles into the fibers of the page. The barometer on the wall is a graceful instrument of mahogany and glass, and the column of mercury inside is the heart of your observations during this long and rainy night. You remember the stories of Evangelista Torricelli, who first discovered the weight of the air in the year 1643, while he worked with tubes of silver liquid. He saw that the atmosphere was an ocean of air that pressed down upon the earth, and his invention allowed us to see the invisible changes that bring the wind and rain. The mercury is lower now than it was an hour ago, and its steady fall is a promise that the storm will continue its slow and rhythmic journey across the Derbyshire hills. You're looking at the reflection of the candle in the glass tube, and the tiny spark of light seems to float within the dark and heavy liquid as the house remains still. The fire in the grate has settled into a deep and glowing red, and the warmth it provides is a comfort against the relentless sound of the water on the roof. The steady rain has turned the garden paths into small and flowing streams, and the sound of the water moving through the grass is a soft and continuous whisper. You can hear the overflow from the stone troughs as it spills onto the cobbles, and the splashing sound is a reminder of the abundance of the autumn season in this valley. The glass of the window is cold and wet, and the streaks of rain create a blurred and shifting view of the trees that sway gently in the rising wind outside. You're feeling the stillness of the house as the rest of the household sleeps, and the only company you have is the ticking of the clock and the falling rain. The iron gall ink has a sharp and metallic scent that lingers in the air, and the sight of the rows of numbers in the journal is a satisfying record of the night. There is a sense of order in the way the data builds hour by hour, and the patterns of the weather become clear as the ink dries on the parchment pages. The 17th century was a time of great discovery, and the work of those early observers paved the way for the quiet and careful study you perform tonight in this room. You think of the many nights that have been recorded in these journals, and the way the seasons have passed over the estate while the stone walls have stood firm and silent. The wind carries the scent of the moorland, and the peat and the rain brings the essence of the high places down into the sheltered hollow of the weather station. You're moving toward the small stove to check the kettle, and the soft sound of the water beginning to simmer is a domestic melody that contrasts with the wild weather. The tea leaves are dark and fragrant as you measure them into the pot, and the steam rises in a gentle cloud that smells of bergamot and the warmth of the hearth. The cup is warm in your hands, and the first sip is a welcome heat that spreads through your chest and helps you stay alert for the coming hours of the watch. The rain seems to have found its true rhythm, and it is a steady and unyielding force that covers the world in a blanket of soft and gray sound during the night. You watch the way the candle flame flickers as a draft moves through the room, and the shadows on the wall seem to stretch and yawn in the dim and yellow light. The clock strikes the 11th hour, and the sound is a deep and resonant tolling that marks the passage of time as the mercury continues its slow and steady descent. You're preparing for another trip to the copper gauge, and the routine of the night is a familiar and comforting pattern that keeps your mind focused and calm in the dark. The wool shawl is thick and soft against your neck, and the weight of the fabric is like a gentle embrace that protects you from the chill of the damp and misty air. The copper vessel is empty now, and ready to be placed back on its stone pedestal, where it will wait to catch the next portion of the falling rain from the sky. The story of the barometer is a story of seeing the unseen, and you feel a connection to Torricelli as you watch the mercury respond to the weight of the storm clouds. He used a long glass tube filled with the heavy liquid and inverted it into a bowl, and he saw that the column was held up by the pressure of the atmosphere. This simple and elegant experiment changed the way we understand the world, and it gave us the tools to predict the changing moods of the great and shifting sky. The rain is falling with a more deliberate and heavy pace now, and the sound against the stone walls is a deep and resonant thrumming that vibrates through the house. You're noticing the way the water pools in the hollows of the old stone steps, and the light from the window creates shimmering circles on the surface of the dark pools. The quill is ready for the next entry, and the parchment is smooth and cool beneath your hand as you wait for the final measurements of the 11th hour of the night. The ink flows easily from the nib, and the words seem to form themselves as you describe the darkening of the sky and the steady pressure of the falling mercury. You're thinking about the way the weather connects all things, and how the rain that falls on this estate will eventually find its way into the rivers and the sea. The iron gall ink is made from the galls of oak trees and the iron salts, and it creates a permanent record that will last for hundreds of years in these dusty journals. The warmth of the study is a sanctuary, and the flickering light of the fire creates a sense of safety and peace while the elements rage in the darkness outside the walls. You can hear the creaking of the old timber beams as the wind grows stronger, and the house seems to settle more deeply into the earth as the rain continues to fall. The silver mercury is a liquid metal that reflects the world in its polished surface, and it remains a constant and reliable guide through the shifting patterns of the air. You're reaching for the leather-bound volume from the previous year, and the smell of the old paper and the binding is a rich and evocative scent of history and time. The records show that the autumn of the year before was dry and clear, and the contrast with this rainy night makes your current work feel even more important and vital. The copper rain gauge is a simple tool, but it provides a clear and honest measurement of the gift of the water that sustains the fields and the forests of the valley. The rain is a healer and a cleanser, and it washes away the dust of the harvest and prepares the ground for the long and quiet sleep of the coming winter months. You're watching the droplets as they cling to the outside of the window glass, and they look like small and sparkling diamonds that catch the light of the guttering candle. The clock in the hallway ticks with a steady and mechanical heart. And the sound is a reminder of the human need to measure and understand the vast and infinite world. The Mercury column is a narrow and shining thread that holds the secrets of the atmosphere, and you watch it with a quiet and patient intensity during the middle hours. Torricelli knew that the space above the Mercury was a vacuum, and this was a revolutionary idea that challenged the ancient beliefs about the nature of the physical world. He proved that nature did not abhor a vacuum, and that the forces of the air were sufficient to hold up the heavy and silver liquid within the glass tube of his device. The rain is a persistent and gentle companion, and its music is a lullaby that helps to steady the mind and bring a sense of clarity and focus to your nighttime work. You're writing about the direction of the wind and the way it has shifted toward the west, and the way the clouds seem to be moving in a fast and disorganized dance. The quill feels light in your fingers, and the act of writing is a meditative process that allows you to process the sensory details of the night in a calm and orderly way. The 11th hour passes into the 12th, and the arrival of midnight is marked by a deeper silence that seems to settle over the house and the surrounding hills and fields. You're standing at the window, and the world outside is a realm of shadows and water, and the only light comes from the distant and flickering lanterns of the village below. The copper gauge is ready to be checked once more, and the weight of the water inside is a tangible and satisfying proof of the work you have done throughout the evening. The rain has settled into a steady and unchanging drone, and it is the sound of the earth receiving the moisture it needs to flourish and grow in the coming spring. You carry the collected water back into the study, and the measurement is consistent with the previous hour, and it shows that the storm has reached its peak of intensity. The ink on the page is dark and bold, and the entry for midnight is a milestone in the long and patient journey through the hours of the autumn rain and the wind. The story of the barometer is a story of human curiosity and the desire to understand the hidden mechanisms of the natural world that surrounds us at all times. You're feeling a sense of accomplishment as you look at the completed entries for the first half of the night, and the record is a testament to your dedication and care. The silver Mercury is still and quiet in its glass home, and it remains a silent witness to the passage of the storm and the slow and rhythmic turning of the great wheel. The fire has burned down to a pile of glowing embers, and the warmth is a soft and lingering presence that fills the room with a sense of cozy and quiet contentment. You're leaning back in the chair, and the leather is cool and and smooth against your skin, while you listen to the steady and reassuring sound of the rain on the roof above. The 11th hour has brought a change in the air, and the dampness is now a familiar and accepted part of the environment as you continue your long and peaceful watch. The iron gall ink is a link to the past and the future, and the words you write tonight will be read by those who come after you to study the patterns of the sky. You're noticing the way the rain seems to have a fragrance of its own, and it is a scent of renewal and life that permeates the stone walls of the weather station. The copper gauge is a beacon of precision in the wild and unpredictable night, and its presence on the stone plinth is a symbol of the human spirit of inquiry and observation. The story of Torricelli is a reminder that even the simplest of tools can lead to the most profound and world-changing discoveries about the nature of the universe. You're watching the way the candlelight reflects in the copper, and the warm and golden glow is a beautiful and calming sight in the dim and quiet room of the study. The 12th hour is a time of transition, and the world seems to hold its breath for a moment as the new day begins in the midst of the falling rain and the wind. The rain is a gift that falls from the sky, and it is a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things and the cycles of the earth that sustain us and keep us whole. You're finishing the last entry for the midnight hour, and the quill is placed carefully back in its stand as you prepare to rest for a few moments before the next round. The mercury is a silver line of truth, and it tells you that the storm is steady and the weight of the air is constant as the night moves toward the early morning. The stone weather station is a fortress of knowledge, and it stands firm against the elements and provides a safe and quiet place for the study of the great and shifting sky. You're feeling the weight of the night and the peace that comes from the rhythm of the work, and the sound of the water and the wind on the ancient stone and glass. The copper gauge is waiting for the next hour, and the rain continues to fall with a steady and rhythmic grace that covers the world in a blanket of soft and gray peace. The story of the barometer is a story of the ocean of air, and you are a traveler upon its shores as you watch the mercury rise and fall with the changing tide of the storm. You're closing the journal for a moment, and the sound of the heavy cover is a final and satisfying end to the first half of your long and rainy autumn watch. The candlelight is soft and low, and the world is a quiet and peaceful place as you listen to the rain and wait for the coming of the dawn over the hills. The first hour of the new day arrives with a soft and muffled sound as the rain continues its steady and rhythmic descent upon the stone walls and the copper gauge. You're stretching your limbs, and the movement is slow and deliberate in the quiet room, while the warmth of the tea lingers on your tongue and in your chest. The iron gall ink has dried into a deep and permanent black on the parchment, and the numbers for the previous hours look like small and careful soldiers on the page. You remember the way the ink was made by crushing the oak galls and mixing them with the green vitriol and the gum arabic to create a liquid that lasts forever. The scent of the ink is a grounding and familiar presence that connects you to the generations of scholars and observers who have recorded their findings in this very room. You're looking at the window, and the reflection of your face in the dark glass is a pale and ghost-like image that seems to float among the streaks of the falling rain. The storm has entered a new phase, and the wind has settled into a low and constant moan that echoes through the chimney and makes the embers of the fire glow. The mercury is perfectly still in its glass tube, and the silver surface is as smooth as a mirror as it reflects the dim and golden light of the single candle. You're thinking of the way the air presses down upon the mercury in the bowl, and how this invisible force is enough to support the weight of the heavy and liquid metal. The 17th century was a time of wonders, and the work of Torricelli and Pascal opened up a new world of understanding that we are still exploring here tonight. The rain is a soft and persistent whisper that tells of the hidden life of the moorland, and the way the water moves through the ancient and weathered rocks of the hills. You're feeling a sense of connection to the land and the sky, and the way the weather brings the two together in a dance of moisture and light and shadow. The copper gauge is a silent partner in your work, and its polished surface catches the occasional flash of light from the window as the rain falls into its funnel. The second hour of the morning brings a slight change in the rhythm of the storm, and the raindrops seem to grow larger and more deliberate in their steady and rhythmic fall. You're recording the temperature from the glass thermometer on the wall, and the red liquid is a vibrant and cheerful contrast to the gray and silver tones of the night. The wool shawl is a constant and reliable warmth, and its rough texture is a comforting and tactile reminder of the sheep that graze on the high and windy moors. The iron gall ink is a living thing that changes and matures over time, and the records you make tonight will grow more beautiful as the years and the decades pass. You're dipping the quill once more, and the sound of the nib is a small and precise music that fills the silence of the study with a sense of purpose. The rain has washed the world clean, and the morning will bring a fresh and sparkling landscape that is full of the promise of the coming and quiet winter season. The story of the barometer is a story of the weight of the world, and you are a witness to the subtle and shifting balance of the forces that shape the air. You're noticing the way the shadows on the ceiling seem to move in time with the wind, and the flickering flame of the candle creates a sense of living light. The copper gauge is nearly full, and the measurement for the second hour is a testament to the steady and relentless power of the autumn rain on the English hills. The mercury is the heart of the weather station, and its slow and rhythmic movements are the pulse of the storm as it passes over the estate and the valley. You're finishing the entry for the second hour, and the journal is a record of a night that will never be forgotten as long as these stone walls remain standing. The rain is a lullaby that brings a sense of peace, and the world is a quiet and beautiful place as you wait for the first and pale light of the dawn. The stone walls of the weather station are cool and solid, and they provide a sense of permanence and security in a world that is always changing and shifting with the wind. You're feeling the stillness of the night, and the way the rain brings a sense of clarity and focus to your thoughts as you continue your long and peaceful watch. The copper gauge is a beacon of order in the wild and unpredictable night, and its presence is a symbol of the human desire to understand the great and shifting sky. The story of the barometer is a story of the ocean of air, and you are a traveler upon its shores as you watch the mercury rise and fall with the storm. You're closing the journal, and the sound of the heavy cover is a final and satisfying end to another hour of your long and rainy autumn watch in the Derbyshire hills. The candlelight is soft and low, and the world is a quiet and peaceful place as you listen to the rain and wait for the coming of the dawn over the hills. The old oak trees in the garden outside are bowing their heads to the weight of the water, and the sound of the wind in their branches is a deep and resonant song. You're noticing the way the light from the candle reflects in the polished brass of the telescope that stands in the corner of the room like a silent sentinel. The estate is a world of its own, and the history of the families who have lived here is woven into the very fabric of the stone and the timber of the house. The sound of the horses in the stables is a distant and muffled thumping that reminds you of the life that continues even in the deepest and darkest hours of the night. You're feeling the weight of the centuries as you sit in the quiet study, and the work you do tonight is a small but vital part of the long story of the earth. The mercury column is a narrow and shining thread that holds the secrets of the atmosphere, and you watch it with a quiet and patient intensity during the hours. Torricelli knew that the space above the Mercury was a vacuum, and this was a revolutionary idea that challenged the ancient beliefs about the nature of the physical world. He proved that nature did not abhor a vacuum, and that the forces of the air were sufficient to hold up the heavy and silver liquid within the glass tube. The rain is a persistent and gentle companion, and its music is a lullaby that helps to steady the mind and bring a sense of clarity and focus to your work. You're writing about the direction of the wind and the way it has shifted toward the west, and the way the clouds seem to be moving in a fast and disorganized dance. The quill feels light in your fingers, and the act of writing is a meditative process that allows you to process the sensory details of the night in a calm way. The second hour passes into the third, and the arrival of the early morning is marked by a deeper silence that seems to settle over the house and the surrounding fields. You're standing at the window once more, and the world outside is a realm of shadows and water, and the only light comes from the distant and flickering lanterns. The copper gauge is ready to be checked, and the weight of the water inside is a tangible and satisfying proof of the work you have done throughout the long evening. The rain has settled into a steady and unchanging drone, and it is the sound of the earth receiving the moisture it needs to flourish and grow in the coming spring. You carry the collected water back into the study, and the measurement is consistent with the previous hour, and it shows that the storm has reached a steady state. The ink on the page is dark and bold, and the entry for the third hour is a milestone in the long and patient journey through the hours of the autumn rain. The story of the barometer is a story of human curiosity and the desire to understand the hidden mechanisms of the natural world that surrounds us at all times. You're feeling a sense of accomplishment as you look at the completed entries for the night, and the record is a testament to your dedication and your careful attention. The silver Mercury is still and quiet in its glass home, and it remains a silent witness to the passage of the storm and the slow and rhythmic turning of the wheel. The fire has burned down to a pile of glowing embers, and the warmth is a soft and lingering presence that fills the room with a sense of cozy and quiet peace. You're leaning back in the chair, and the leather is cool and smooth against your skin, while you listen to the steady and reassuring sound of the rain on the roof. The middle hours have brought a change in the air, and the dampness is now a familiar and accepted part of the environment as you continue your long and quiet watch. The iron gall ink is a link to the past, and and the future, and the words you write tonight will be read by those who come after you to study the sky. You're noticing the way the rain seems to have a fragrance of its own, and it is a scent of renewal and life that permeates the stone walls of the station. The copper gauge is a beacon of precision in the wild and unpredictable night, and its presence on the stone plinth is a symbol of the human spirit of inquiry. The story of Torricelli is a reminder that even the simplest of tools can lead to the most profound and world-changing discoveries about the nature of the great universe. You're watching the way the candlelight reflects in the copper, and the warm and golden glow is a beautiful and calming sight in the dim and quiet room. The third hour is a time of transition, and the world seems to hold its breath for a moment as the night continues in the midst of the falling rain. The rain is a gift that falls from the sky, and it is a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things and the cycles of the earth that sustain us. You're finishing the last entry for the third hour, and the quill is placed carefully back in its stand as you prepare to rest for a few moments now. The mercury is a silver line of truth, and it tells you that the storm is steady and the weight of the air is constant as the night moves. The stone weather station is a fortress of knowledge, and it stands firm against the elements and provides a safe and quiet place for the study of the sky. You're feeling the weight of the night and the peace that comes from the rhythm of the work and the sound of the water and the wind on the stone. The copper gauge is waiting for the next hour, and the rain continues to fall with a steady and rhythmic grace that covers the world in a blanket of peace. The story of the barometer is a story of the ocean of air, and you are a traveler upon its shores as you watch the mercury rise and fall. You're closing the journal for a moment, and the sound of the heavy cover is a final and satisfying end to another hour of your long and rainy watch. The candlelight is soft and low, and the world is a quiet and peaceful place as you listen to the rain and wait for the coming of the dawn. You're sitting in the quiet study, and the rest of the house has finally gone to sleep, while the last of the distant footsteps have faded into the shadows. The heavy oak doors are closed now, and the servants have retreated to their attic rooms, so that the only sound remaining is the steady rhythm of the rain. You're watching the candlelight as it dances against the stone walls, and the light is soft and warm while the world outside is cold and dark and filled with water. The candle on your desk is burning low, and the flame begins to flicker in the small draft that comes from the edge of the window frame. You reach for a fresh taper and light it from the dying wick and the smell of warm beeswax fills the small room with a familiar comfort. You're watching the new flame take hold, and the light pushes the darkness back into the corners of the room and over the leather spines of the books. The silence of the house is a heavy and peaceful thing, and you feel the weight of the night as it settles over the roof and the chimneys and the garden. Stay with me here. The act of watching the weather is a way of being present in the world, and you are the only witness to the way the rain is falling on this particular night. People have been trying to capture the rain for thousands of years, and they have used bowls and stone basins to see how much water the sky would give. In ancient Greece, they would measure the depth of the water in a jar and write it down because they knew that the land depended on the clouds. You're thinking of Thomas Jefferson at his home in Monticello, where he would carry a thermometer with him across the ocean and record the air. He recorded the temperature every morning and every evening for over 50 years because he believed that observation was a form of devotion to the truth. He would wake before the sun and walk into the cool morning air and find the numbers that the world had left for him during the long and quiet night. The obsession of observation is a way of finding stillness in the middle of change, and you are following in the footsteps of those who watched before. The clock on the mantel begins to chime the first note of midnight, and the sound is clear and resonant in the empty spaces of the sleeping house. You're standing up from your chair, and the cold stone floor is firm under your feet while you reach for the heavy wool coat that hangs by the door. The brass handle of the garden door is cold in your hand, and you turn it slowly so that the sound of the latch does not wake the people upstairs. You're stepping out onto the stone porch, and the air is wet and sharp and smells of damp earth and the old leaves that have fallen from the trees. The rain is falling in a steady and silver curtain, and you move toward the copper rain gauge that waits in the middle of the dark and quiet garden. You're holding the copper vessel in your hands, and it is cold and heavy with the water that has fallen from the sky during the last hour of the night. You carefully pour the collected water into the glass cylinder and watch as the level rises toward the marks that have been etched into the side. The water is clear and still, and you see the line where it rests against the numbers, and you know that the storm is staying constant and strong. You're walking back toward the light of the study, and the rain is a soft and rhythmic drumming on the shoulders of your coat as you move through the dark. Inside the room, the air is warm and smells of old paper and the iron gall ink that waits in the small stone jar on your wooden desk. You take up the quill, and the sound of the nib scratching against the thick parchment is the only sound in the middle of the midnight hour. The ink is dark and wet on the page, and you record the number with a steady hand because every entry is a part of a larger and unfolding story. You're looking at the window glass, where the rain is streaming down in long and silver ribbons, and your own reflection is a ghost in the dark. The world outside has dissolved into a gray and watery mist, and you are the only one who knows the exact shape of the night as it moves toward dawn. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know. You're sitting back in your chair, and the warmth of the room begins to seep into your bones while the clock continues its slow and steady ticking. The diary is filling up with numbers and notes, and each one is a small and quiet victory over the vast and unmeasured spaces of the autumn sky. You're closing your eyes for a moment, and the sound of the rain becomes a landscape of sound that stretches out across the fields and the woods. The house is a safe and sturdy island in the middle of the storm, and you are the guardian of the light and the keeper of the long and rainy watch. The next hour will bring the deepest part of the night, and you will find yourself moving closer to the heart of the silence that lives in the early morning. You're letting the pen rest on the desk, and the silence returns to the room as you prepare for the hour of 1 when the world is most still and quiet. You're watching the minute hand of the long case clock as it approaches the hour of midnight, and the house behind you has settled into a deep and heavy silence. The servants have long since retired to their attic rooms, and the master of the house has extinguished his final lamp, while the embers in the hearth glow softly. The rain is falling with a steady and rhythmic persistence that seems to mark the very pulse of the night as you prepare to make the midnight reading. You're picking up the small brass lantern and shielding the flame with your hand as you step out into the cool, damp air of the stone terrace once again. The darkness is absolute and velvet, except for the small circle of golden light that travels with you toward the copper gauge, where the rain is waiting. The air smells of wet earth and ancient stone, and the sound of the water hitting the copper rim is a bright and musical note in the dark. You're lifting the inner cylinder with careful and steady fingers, and the weight of the water tells you that the storm has intensified during the last hour of watching. The water pours into the measuring glass with a clean and splashing sound, and you note the level where the meniscus rests against the graduated markings on the side. You're returning to the warmth of the small study and the smell of the drying ink, and the soft ticking of the clock greet you like old and familiar friends. The quill is waiting on the desk, and you dip the tip into the iron gall ink, which is dark and thick and carries the scent of oak galls. The parchment is smooth and cool beneath your hand as you record the midnight measurement, and the numbers look elegant and certain in the soft light of the candle. Thomas Jefferson is recording the temperature in Philadelphia on the very day the Declaration of Independence is signed, and he finds that the mercury stands at 76 degrees. He will continue this practice for 50 years at his home in Virginia, and he believes that the history of a nation is written in the weather and the soil. You're thinking of the thousands of observations he will make during his lifetime, and how each one is a small stone in the great wall of human understanding. The tallow candle has burned down to a small and guttering pool of liquid wax, and you are reaching for a fresh taper to continue the long and quiet vigil. The transition of the flame is a seamless and quiet moment of light, passing from the old to the new, while the shadows dance upon the stone walls. The new candle is tall and white, and the flame grows strong and steady as it consumes the wick and casts a warm and golden glow across the room. You're feeling the weight of the 6 hours of data you have collected so far, and it feels like a treasure that you have rescued from the passing of time. The window glass is a dark and reflective mirror where you see the ghost of your own reflection and the steady movement of the rain as it washes the world. The water streams down the panes in long and shimmering ribbons, and the distortion makes the trees in the garden look like waving shadows in a deep sea. The copper rain gauge is standing outside in the cold and the dark, and it is the silent partner in your work of measuring the secrets of the autumn sky. You're leaning back in the chair and feeling the soft wool of your shawl against your shoulders and the warmth of the tea, which is still steaming in the cup. The clock strikes the half hour with a single and resonant chime that rings through the silent house and reminds you that the night is moving toward the dawn. The scratch of the quill on the paper is the only sound in the room, and it is a comforting and rhythmic noise that matches the falling of the rain. You're observing the way the ink dries on the parchment and turns from a wet and glossy black to a matte and permanent gray as the air touches it. The records of the weather station will be kept for centuries in the archives of the estate, and scholars will look at these very lines to understand the past. The weather is a conversation that the earth is having with itself, and you are the humble scribe who is taking down the words as they fall from the sky. You're closing your eyes and listening to the wind as it moves through the chimneys and the eaves of the house and creates a low and moaning song. The sound of the rain is changing as the wind shifts, and it becomes a softer and more mist-like tapping that speaks of a transition in the character of the storm. You're thinking of the weather observers who are awake in other parts of the world, and how you are all connected by the shared purpose of this night watch. The darkness outside the window is a vast and unmapped territory, and the small light of your candle is a beacon of order in the middle of the wild night. The inkwell is made of heavy crystal, and it catches the light of the candle and sends small and dancing rainbows across the surface of the wooden desk. You're tracing the lines of the previous entries and seeing the story of the day as it unfolded through the rising and falling of the wind and the rain. The silence of the house is a physical presence that settles around you and makes the small sounds of the room seem more significant and more beautiful. The ticking of the clock is a constant and reassuring heartbeat that tells you the world is still turning, and the morning is slowly making its way to you. You're noticing the way the shadows of the books on the shelves grow longer and shorter as the flame of the candle flickers in the gentle draft of the room. The history of the weather station is a history of patience and the slow accumulation of knowledge through the simple act of looking and recording what is seen. The rain is a gift that the clouds are giving to the earth, and you are the one who is measuring the depth and the value of that silver bounty. You're feeling a sense of peace that only comes in the deepest hours of the night when the rest of the world is dreaming and you are fully awake. The copper gauge is nearly full again, and you know that the next reading at the hour of 1 will be another victory for the science of observation. The quill is resting in your fingers, and the weight of it is familiar and light as you prepare for the next set of numbers and the next hour. The tallow candle is melting slowly, and the scent of the wax is a clean and earthy smell that reminds you of the quiet work of the honeybees in summer. You're watching the way the smoke from the candle rises in a thin and elegant spiral and disappears into the shadows of the high and timbered ceiling. The rain is a veil that has been drawn across the face of the landscape, and it hides the hills and the valleys in a soft and gray embrace of water. You're thinking of the seeds that are sleeping in the soil, and how the rain you are measuring tonight will bring them to life in the coming spring. The weather station is a bridge between the heavens and the earth, and you are the one who stands upon that bridge and keeps the watch for everyone. The clock is nearing the hour of 1, and the anticipation of the next reading is a gentle and pleasant feeling that keeps your mind clear and focused. You're standing up and stretching your limbs and the movement feels good and natural after the long period of sitting and thinking in the quiet room. The lantern is waiting, and the flame is a small and steady point of light that is ready to guide you back into the heart of the rainy night. The rain is a symphony of soft and percussive sounds, and you are the one who is listening to every note and recording the melody for the future. The stone walls of the weather station are cold and solid, and they have stood against the storms of many winters and will stand for many more to come. You're stepping out onto the terrace, and the first touch of the rain on your face is a cool and refreshing sensation that wakes your senses and your spirit. The copper gauge is shining in the light of the lantern, and the water inside is a clear and reflecting pool that holds the image of the golden flame. You're pouring the rain into the glass, and the measurement is precise and perfect, and it fits into the pattern of the night with a quiet and easy grace. The numbers are the language of the storm, and you are learning to speak that language with every entry you make in the leather-bound diary on the desk. The house is still silent, and the world is still dreaming, and you are still the guardian of the light and the keeper of the rainy and long watch. The transition from midnight to the early morning is a slow and beautiful process that you are witnessing with every breath and every tick of the clock. You're returning to the desk, and the scratch of the quill is a welcome sound as you add the new data to the growing list of the night's achievements. The candle is steady, and the rain is falling, and the world is a peaceful and orderly place as seen from the perspective of the small weather station. The history of weather observation is a history of the human desire to find the rhythm in the chaos and the meaning in the falling of the rain. You're letting the pen rest, and the silence returns to the room as you prepare for the hour of 2 when the deepest part of the night begins. The shadows are soft, and the light is warm, and the sound of the rain is a lullaby that is sung by the clouds to the sleeping and thirsty earth. The copper gauge is out there in the dark, and the rain is filling it drop by drop, and you are waiting for the next moment of discovery and peace. The wool shawl is a comforting weight, and the heat of the room is a gentle contrast to the cool and wet world that exists just beyond the window glass. You're thinking of the many years of observation that have gone into the building of the weather records, and how your night of work is a part of that. The ink is drying, and the parchment is filling, and the story of the storm is being written in a way that will never be forgotten or lost in time. The clock strikes the hour, and the sound is a deep and resonant vibration that you feel in your chest as much as you hear with your ears in the quiet. You're ready for the next hour, and the next reading, and the next quiet moment of reflection in the middle of the long and rainy night in the stone house. The rain is falling, and the wind is sighing, and the world is a beautiful and mysterious place that is revealed through the science of careful and patient looking. The tallow candle is a faithful companion, and the light it gives is enough to see the truth of the night and the beauty of the falling water. You're letting your thoughts drift like the clouds above, and finding a sense of belonging in the quiet and steady rhythm of the weather station and the rain. The copper gauge and the quill and the parchment are the tools of your trade, and they are the instruments of a quiet and profound understanding of the world. The night is moving, and the dawn is waiting, and you are the one who is marking the passage of the hours with the measurement of the falling rain. You're noticing the way the light of the lantern reflects in the small puddles on the terrace and creates a world of miniature and golden stars on the ground. The rain is a constant presence, and the sound of it is a background music that makes the silence of the room feel more intentional and more sacred tonight. The stone of the house is damp and dark, and it holds the coolness of the earth and the memory of the many rains that have washed its surface. You're picking up the measuring glass and feeling the smooth and cool surface of the crystal against your palms as you prepare for the next reading. The numbers are like stars in the dark, and they guide you through the night and provide a map of the storm that you are exploring with your mind. The history of the estate is woven into the weather, and the crops, and the seasons, and your work is a vital thread in that long and colorful tapestry. The rain is a silver thread that connects the sky to the ground, and you are the one who is measuring the length and the strength of that connection. You're breathing in the damp air and feeling the life and the energy of the storm as it moves across the landscape and brings the water of life. The candle is a small sun in the middle of the night, and it illuminates the path of your work and the beauty of the words and the numbers. The clock is ticking, and the rain is falling, and the world is a safe and quiet place as you continue the long and rainy watch in the station. You're thinking of the people who will read your notes in 100 years, and how they will feel the same sense of wonder and peace that you feel now. The weather is a mystery that is slowly revealing itself through the patience of the observer, and the precision of the tools, and the clarity of the mind. The copper gauge is waiting, and the rain is falling, and the night is a long and beautiful journey toward the light of the coming and peaceful morning. The quill is moving across the page, and the ink is flowing, and the story of the rain is being told in a language of numbers and quiet observations. You're feeling the stillness of the room and the motion of the world, and finding the balance between the two in the work of the weather station tonight. The rain is a song of the clouds, and the wind is a voice of the air, and you are the one who is listening and recording the message. The tallow candle is a small and steady flame, and it is a symbol of the human spirit that seeks to understand the world through light and through love. You're ready for the next reading, and the next hour, and the next quiet moment of discovery in the middle of the long and rainy night in the house. The clock strikes the half hour, and the sound is a gentle reminder that the night is passing, and the work of the observer is almost complete. The rain is falling, and the world is dreaming, and you are the one who is awake and keeping the watch for the sake of the truth and the light. The copper gauge is a vessel of the sky, and the water inside is a sample of the heavens that you are measuring with care and with a deep respect. You're noticing the way the raindrops on the window glass catch the light of the candle and turn into small and shimmering jewels of fire and water. The history of the weather is the history of the world, and you are a part of that history as you record the rainfall of this autumn night in Derbyshire. The quill is resting, and the ink is drying, and the parchment is a record of a night that will live forever in the pages of the weather station diary. You're feeling the peace of the night, and the joy of the work, and the quiet satisfaction of a job well done in the service of the science of the rain. The candle is burning low, and the rain is falling steady, and the world is a quiet and beautiful place as seen from the window of the station tonight. The clock is ticking, and the dawn is coming, and you are the one who has seen the night through and measured the depth of the storm with your heart. You're letting your eyes close for a final moment of reflection, and the sound of the rain is the last thing you hear as the chapter ends in peace. The weather is a gift, and the night is a treasure, and you are the keeper of the memory and the measurer of the silver and the falling rain. The stone house is a sanctuary, and the small study is a home, and the world of the weather station is a world of quiet and enduring and perfect beauty. The clock on the mantelpiece strikes 1, and the single chime rings out through the quiet room, while the rain continues its steady beat against the dark window panes. You're sitting in the high-backed chair and watching the candle flame flicker as the cold air begins to find its way through the narrow gaps around the window frame. The light from the single candle on your desk reaches out toward the shadows in the corner and illuminates the dust motes as they dance in the warm air. You're watching the way the flame leans slightly toward the door, and realizing that the wind outside must be finding a path through the old stone walls. The warmth of the study has been a comfort for many hours, and the smell of the wood smoke from the hearth has settled into the heavy curtains and the many books. It is time to go out and check the copper gauge in the garden, because the rain has been falling with a new intensity since the last hour was recorded. You stand up and reach for the heavy wool coat that hangs by the door, while the fire in the hearth gives off a final soft glow of orange. The wool of the coat is thick and slightly rough against your hands, and it smells of lanolin and the many cold nights it has seen in this place. You're feeling the weight of the fabric settling over your shoulders as you pull the collar up around your neck to prepare for the transition into the cold. The iron latch is cold and heavy as you lift it, and the door swings open to reveal the darkness of the night and the silver threads of the falling rain. The damp night air rushes in to meet the warmth of the room, and you step onto the stone threshold while the sound of the rain grows louder and more clear. You're standing at the edge of the threshold and watching the way the water runs in small rivers between the paving stones as it follows the slope of the land. The stone steps are slick with water, and they shine in the faint light that spills from the doorway while you step carefully down into the wet grass. The first cold drops of rain land against your face and hands, and they feel like a sharp awakening after the hours spent in the stillness of the study. You're walking along the path and hearing the sound of the rain as it hits the leaves of the shrubs and the surface of the puddles in the garden. The garden is a world of shadows and soft sounds, and the air is filled with the scent of wet earth and the lingering sweetness of the autumn leaves. In the centuries before these instruments were made, the farmers would simply look at the height of the river or the depth of the puddles in the lane. They understood the rain as a blessing or a gift for the crops, and they did not feel the need to count every drop as it fell to earth. Now, you are part of a new generation that seeks to map the movements of the clouds and the weight of the water as it returns to the ground. The copper rain gauge stands on its stone plinth and catches the faint light from the house as the water within it rises higher than at any other hour. You're reaching out to touch the cold metal of the cylinder and feeling the smooth surface of the copper as the rain continues to fall against your skin. The gauge is heavy with the weight of the accumulated water, and you lift it carefully from its stand while the water sloshes gently within the metal walls. The sound of the water moving inside the copper is a deep and resonant note, tells you that this has been a significant period of rainfall. You're carrying the gauge toward the measuring glass and watching as the silver threads of rain catch the light and disappear into the darkness of the garden. The act of measuring is a way of finding a pattern in the chaos and a sense of stillness while the world around you is in constant motion. You pour the water from the copper cylinder into the glass vessel and watch as the level rises toward the highest mark while the rain falls on your shoulders. The water is clear and cold, and it reflects the world around it as it settles into the glass, and the meniscus finds its level at the top of the scale. This is the largest entry of the night, and you feel a sense of quiet satisfaction as you realize that your observations are capturing something truly remarkable. The rain gauge is emptied and replaced on its plinth, and the copper surface seems to shimmer in the dark as it prepares to collect the next hour of rain. The return to the study is a slow and careful walk across the slippery stones, and you shield the measuring glass from the wind with your wet coat. The door closes behind you, and the sudden silence of the room feels like a physical weight, while the warmth begins to return to your cold fingers and face. You're standing by the hearth and feeling the heat from the dying embers as the moisture on your coat begins to turn into a soft and rising steam. The smell of wet wool is a familiar and comforting scent, and it reminds you of the many times you have stepped out into the night to observe the world. You hang the coat back on its hook and watch as the water drips from the hem and forms a small and dark pool on the stone floor by the door. Your hands are still cold as you move toward the desk, and the light from the candle seems brighter and more welcoming than it did before you left. You're sitting at the desk and dipping the quill into the iron gall ink while the scratch of the nib on the parchment sounds loud in the quiet room. The ink is dark and rich, and it flows easily from the quill as you record the measurement for 1 in the morning on the cream-colored page. The number is large and bold, and it stands out from the other entries, and you watch as the ink dries slowly and loses its wet and shining luster. The history of these measurements is a long and quiet story of people who chose to pay attention to the world around them and record what they saw. You're part of that story now as you sit in the dark and wait for the next hour to arrive and for the next measurement to be taken. The clock on the mantelpiece continues its steady tick, and the sound is a companion in the silence while the rain continues to fall outside the window. You're reaching for the teacup and feeling the warmth of the porcelain against your palms and the heat of the liquid as it begins to soothe you. The world outside is cold and wet and moving, while the world inside is warm and still and focused on the simple act of recording the rain. The candle has burned lower than it was, and the wax has formed a small and translucent pool at the base of the silver holder, while the light remains steady. You're watching the way the shadows move on the wall and thinking about the many hours of the night that still remain before the first light of dawn. The rain has begun to soften, and the sound against the glass is a gentle and rhythmic murmur that invites you to remain in your seat and watch. You're feeling the heaviness of the night and the comfort of the study and the knowledge that the largest entry of the night is safe on the page. Stay with me here as we listen to the rain and the clock and the quiet breath of the house as it settles into the deep and peaceful night. The next hour will bring a new measurement and a new story, and you will be here to witness it and record it with the same care and attention as before. In a moment, you will find yourself moving toward the 2 in the morning hour, and the rain will have a different sound as the wind begins to fade away. The clock on the wall begins its steady chiming for the 2nd hour of the morning, while the candle flame flickers slightly in the draft from the heavy door. You're standing now and wrapping the heavy wool shawl around your shoulders as you prepare to step out into the cool and damp air of the autumn night. The lantern sits ready on the small table by the entrance, and the wick catches the flame and casts a warm and dancing light across the stone floor. The heavy oak door swings open, and the sound of the rain becomes much louder as the cool wind rushes in to meet the warmth of the small room. You're stepping out onto the wet stone step and feeling the fine mist of the rain against your face, while the lantern light reveals the silver threads of falling water. The path to the rain gauge is a short walk over the damp grass, and your boots make a soft and squelching sound as you move through the dark garden. The lantern light catches the polished surface of the copper gauge as you reach the small stone plinth where the instrument has sat for many long and quiet years. You're carefully lifting the inner cylinder and feeling the weight of the water that has collected since the last hour, while the rain continues to fall all around you. The glass measuring vessel is marked with fine lines, and you watch the water rise toward the next graduation as the lantern light makes the liquid glow amber. There is a sense of precision in the way the water settles in the glass, and you note the exact level with the practiced eye of a dedicated observer. The copper funnel is cold to the touch, and the metal feels smooth and solid in your hands as you carefully replace the cylinder back into its stone housing. You're turning back toward the light of the weather station, and the warm glow of the windows provides a welcoming guide through the shadows of the late night trees. The transition back into the study is marked by the smell of wood smoke and the immediate softening of the sound of the rain as the heavy door closes behind you. You hang the damp wool shawl on the peg and return to your seat at the desk, where the record book remains open and waiting for the latest entry. The quill is ready in your hand, and the ink is dark and glossy as you write the measurement for the 2 o'clock hour with a steady and careful script. You're noticing how the numbers on the page tell a story of the storm, and the way the intensity of the rain has shifted and flowed through the night hours. The iron gall ink has a distinct and sharp scent that mingles with the smell of the tallow candle and the lingering dampness from your brief journey outside. Natural philosophers across the country are keeping similar records this evening, and their observations will eventually be gathered to understand the patterns of the changing seasons. The work is slow and methodical and requires a steady hand and a patient mind as the hours pass in the quiet company of the rain and the wind. You're feeling the satisfaction of a task well performed, and the knowledge that your record is a small but important part of a much larger and growing understanding. The window glass is cool against your forehead as you lean forward to look out into the darkness where the rain is still falling over the Derbyshire hills. The reflection of the candle flame in the glass appears to dance among the raindrops and creates a layering of light and motion that is peaceful to watch. You're settling back into the cushions of your chair and feeling the warmth of the room slowly returning to your hands and your face after the cold outside. The ticking of the clock remains the constant heartbeat of the room, and the rhythm provides a grounding presence as the night moves toward the 3 o'clock hour. The largest measurement of the night is now recorded on the parchment, and the ink is drying into a permanent and lasting testament to this specific autumn storm. You're thinking about the history of these observations and the way that men like Gilbert White have spent their lives watching the weather and recording the natural world. The instruments they used were much like the ones you hold today, and the care they took with their measurements is the same care that you bring to your work. The copper and glass and brass are the tools of a quiet revolution in knowledge, and every drop of rain you record is a data point in a vast map. You're watching the ink lose its shine as it dries, and the black letters become a part of the history of this house and the land that surrounds it. The silence of the house is deep and profound, and the only sound is the rain and the clock, and the occasional shifting of the wood in the small fireplace. You're feeling a sense of connection to the generations of observers who have stood in this same spot and looked out at the same rain falling over the fields. The night is long and the work is constant, but there is a peace in the repetition and the knowledge that you are witnessing the world in its quietest moments. The next hour will bring a new measurement, and you will once again step out into the rain and feel the cold air and the weight of the copper gauge. For now, you can remain in the warmth and watch the candle burn low and listen to the rain as it continues its gentle and rhythmic song against the glass. You're drifting in the space between waking and sleep, and the comfort of the study is a safe and steady harbor in the middle of the dark and wet night. The shadows on the wall move slowly as the candle flame dances, and the light plays across the leather bindings of the books on the shelves near the window. You're noticing the way the golden light catches the edges of the pages and the fine details of the instruments that sit in their wooden cases on the table. The barometer shows a steady pressure, and the thermometer indicates a slight cooling of the air as the morning begins to approach with its slow and gray light. You're feeling the heaviness of your eyelids and the softness of the chair, and the way the world seems to have shrunk down to this one small and warm room. The rain is a constant companion, and the sound of it is a reminder that the world is alive and moving even when you are still and quiet in your seat. The inkwell is nearly empty, and the quill needs to be trimmed soon, but these small tasks are part of the ritual and the pleasure of the work you do. You're reaching out to touch the smooth surface of the parchment and feeling the texture of the paper under your fingertips as you prepare for the next entry. The clock strikes the quarter hour with a soft and musical tone, and the sound carries through the quiet house like a gentle call to remain aware and present. You're watching the way the raindrops merge together on the glass and form long and winding paths that travel down the pane toward the dark wooden frame below. The world outside is a landscape of shadows and water, and the trees are swaying gently in the wind that has begun to pick up again as the night deepens. You're feeling the connection between the physical act of measuring the rain and the mental clarity that comes from focusing on a single and simple task for hours. The history of the weather station is written in the books that line the walls, and your own contribution is now being added to the long and steady narrative. The copper of the rain gauge will wait for you in the darkness, and the water will continue to collect in the cylinder while you rest and listen to the clock. You're noticing the way the candlelight reflects in the polished brass of the telescope that sits in the corner, and the light seems to glow with a life. The night is a time for observation and reflection, and the rain provides the perfect backdrop for the quiet thoughts that come when the rest of the world is asleep. The sound of the rain is shifting again, and the heavy drops are being replaced by a finer and more persistent mist that creates a soft haze in the air. You're feeling the stillness of the room and the way the air seems to hold its breath as the night reaches its deepest and most silent and peaceful point. The candle is shorter now, and the light is warmer and more golden as the wax melts, and the flame remains steady and bright in the center of the desk. You're watching the way the light catches the fine dust motes that dance in the air, and the motion is slow and hypnotic and leads you toward a deeper rest. The recording of the rainfall is a meditation on time and change, and the way the natural world moves through its cycles without any need for human intervention. The quill is placed back in its holder, and the record book is left open to dry while you lean back and close your eyes for a few brief and quiet moments. You're hearing the sound of the rain becoming a distant murmur, and the ticking of the clock becoming a soft and steady lullaby that guides you toward sleep. The warmth of the study is a comforting embrace, and the knowledge that the work is being done correctly and carefully provides a sense of peace and of calm. You're drifting now on the edges of the night, and the rain is the only sound that remains as the world settles into the deep and quiet hours before the dawn. The copper gauge and the quill and the parchment are all in their places, and the record of the night is safe and secure in the small stone weather station. The clock on the mantel strikes 3 times, and the sound of the bell seems to linger in the cold air for a long time before it finally dissolves into the silence. You're listening to the last of the resonance as it fades, and you notice that the rain has changed its voice once again into something much smaller and more delicate than before. The heavy drumming of the midnight hours has softened into a fine and rhythmic whisper that barely brushes against the window glass, and the world outside feels as if it is holding its breath. There is a particular kind of stillness that arrives at 3 in the morning, when the fires have burned low, and the house has settled into its foundation for the long wait until dawn. You're sitting very still in the high-backed chair and watching the last of the orange embers as they glow within the gray ash, and the warmth of the room has begun to thin. The air near the floor is cool and heavy, while the scent of the wood smoke lingers around the rafters, and everything in the small stone station seems to be moving at a slower pace. The copper cylinder of the rain gauge feels very cold against your palm as you lift it from its wooden stand, and the water inside is perfectly still and clear and dark. You carry the vessel to the desk where the lantern light is dim, and you watch as the level of the water reaches a mark that is much lower than the previous hour. The number you record in the diary is small and precise, and you find that your hand moves with a slow and measured grace as the quill scratches against the heavy parchment. The ink is a deep and iron-colored liquid that stays wet on the page for a moment and reflects the flicker of the candle before it sinks into the fibers of the paper. You're watching the way the letters form and observing how the tail of each number seems to trail off just a little further as the weight of the night begins to settle. The history of these observations is a long and quiet one, and you think about the many nights that have been recorded in this same room with this same patient and careful attention. There is a comfort in the repetition of the task and in the knowledge that the rain is being measured and named even while the rest of the world is lost in deep sleep. Let's go slowly as we look at the page and see how the columns of figures represent the slow and steady movement of the weather as it passes over the hills and the fields. The wind has died away completely, and the trees outside the window are no longer tossing their branches, and the silence that remains is thick and comforting and very old. You're leaning forward to adjust the wick of the lamp, and the small flame grows a little taller and casts a new set of long and dancing shadows across the stone walls. The reflection of your own face in the window glass is pale and soft, and you see the way the darkness of the night presses right up against the edges of the room. The rain has become so light that it is almost a mist, and it clings to the panes in tiny and perfect spheres that catch the light and glow like small and distant stars. Every hour, the world becomes a little more simple and a little more quiet, and the thoughts in your mind begin to follow the same slow and rhythmic patterns of the clock. You're feeling the weight of the wool blanket around your shoulders, and the texture of the fabric is warm and familiar, and it keeps the encroaching chill of the morning at bay. The copper gauge is empty now and ready for the next hour, and you place it back on the stand with a sound that is so faint it is immediately swallowed by the dark. There is no longer any need for haste or for worry, and the act of waiting has become a form of meditation that fills the space between the ticks of the heavy brass clock. The wood in the fireplace settles with a soft and musical click, and a few small sparks rise up the chimney and vanish into the cold and rainy air above the house. You're noticing the way the silence has a texture of its own, and it feels like a soft and velvet curtain that has been drawn around the station to protect it from the wind. The numbers in the diary are a map of the night, and they show how the storm has spent its energy and is now fading away into a gentle and trailing end. It is a lovely thing to know that even the smallest amount of rain is being accounted for, and that the stillness of the 3 o'clock hour has its own special record. You're drifting now in the space between the measurements, and the sound of your own breath is the only thing that competes with the steady and mechanical pulse of the time. The iron gall ink has a faint and metallic smell that reminds you of the earth and the rain and the long history of the mountains that surround this quiet and stone place. The room is growing colder now, but the core of the house remains solid and warm, and the heavy stones seem to hum with a low and ancient energy that is very grounding. You're watching the way the candle wax pools in the brass holder, and the liquid is clear and bright before it cools and turns into a soft and opaque white at the edges. The world of the 18th century is one of slow distances and long nights, and you feel a connection to every observer who has ever watched the sky with this same quiet hope. The clouds above the estate are heavy and gray, and they are moving slowly toward the east while the rain continues to fall in a way that is almost entirely silent now. You're turning the page of the diary, and the sound of the paper is like a dry and rustling leaf, and it reminds you of the autumn woods that lie just beyond the garden wall. The handwriting on the new page is clean and empty, and it waits for the numbers that will come with the next hour and the next checking of the cold copper vessel. Everything is in its proper place, and the instruments are performing their tasks with a silent and reliable precision that brings a sense of deep and lasting peace to the room. The tick of the clock is a constant companion, and it seems to be telling a story of its own about the way the time and the weather are woven together in a single thread. You reclosing your eyes for just a moment, and the darkness behind your lids is warm and soft, and it matches the quiet and fading energy of the fire in the hearth. The rain is a whisper, and the wind is a memory, and the only thing that remains is the steady and patient attention of the observer who stays awake while the world dreams. The embers are turning from orange to a soft and dusty gray, and the light they cast is becoming more of a suggestion than a reality as the room dissolves into shadows. You're reaching out to touch the smooth wood of the desk, and the surface is cool and polished, and it has been worn down by years of arms leaning and quills moving. The small numbers for 3 o'clock are safely recorded, and the work of the night is almost done, even though the dawn is still many hours away across the dark horizon. There is a sense of completion in the smallness of the data, and in the way the rain has tapered off into a fine and invisible mist that hangs in the heavy and cold air. You're breathing slowly and deeply, and each breath feels as if it is drawing in the quiet and the stillness of the night, and making it a part of your own inner calm. The copper gauge stands ready once again, and its dark and hollow interior is a waiting space for whatever the sky decides to send down in the hours that are yet to come. The transition from the deep night to the early morning is beginning to happen in the smallest of ways, and you're about to feel the first shift in the weight of the atmosphere. In a moment, you will find yourself standing by the window to look for the first sign of the gray light that precedes the sun, and the story of the rain will find its final and quiet end. The clock on the wall strikes 3 times with a slow and metallic resonance that seems to vibrate through the heavy stone walls and into the very marrow of the quiet room. You're listening to the way the sound lingers in the corners where the shadows are thickest, and the light of the dying fire casts long and flickering shapes across the floor. The rain has changed into a rhythmic and gentle patter that is almost too soft to be heard, and the steady drip from the stone eaves has slowed to a hesitant pulse. You're moving your hand across the surface of the oak desk and feeling the grain of the wood, while the smell of the iron gall ink rises in a thin and metallic cloud. The copper rain gauge sits on its stone plinth in the courtyard, and you're imagining the few remaining drops of water sliding down its polished sides to join the silent pool within. There is a profound stillness in the way the air holds the moisture, and the world outside the glass is a charcoal wash of gray and black where the trees are unmoving. You're picking up the quill and noticing how the feathers are soft against your skin, while the nib waits to translate the silence of the hour into a single and precise number. The ink in the stone well is dark and reflective, and it mirrors the small flame of the candle, which has burned down to a low and steady blue and gold glow. Thomas Barker of Linden spent 60 years recording the weather in his journals, and you're thinking of the thousands of nights he sat in the silence to watch the rain fall. His steady and patient hand recorded the arrival of the swallows and the first frost of the season, and his dedication to the natural world is a quiet and comforting thought. You're feeling the warmth of the wool shawl around your shoulders, and the way the fabric holds the heat of the fire, while the cold of the window remains a distant sensation. The glass is covered in a delicate and intricate map of water droplets that catch the low light and turn the world outside into a blurred and shimmering dream of stone. There is a small and steady comfort in the ticking of the clock, which marks the passing of the night and ensures that the morning will arrive in its own proper time. You're watching the way the orange embers in the hearth pulse with a slow and rhythmic light, and the soft ash settles like snow over the spent logs and the cooling stones. The rain gauge is almost dry now, and the measurement for this hour will be the smallest of the night, while the heavy clouds begin to thin and reveal the dark sky. You're dipping the quill into the ink and writing the numeral 3 with a hand that is slightly less steady now, as the fatigue of the long night begins to settle. The scratch of the nib is the only sound in the room, and it feels like a secret conversation between the observer and the night as the data is safely recorded. There is a sense of being suspended in a moment that is neither night nor morning, and you're breathing in the scent of the damp earth and the cooling hearth fire. You're noticing the way the reflection of your face in the window glass is soft and indistinct, and it blends with the dark silhouettes of the garden and the distant hills. The stone floor is cool beneath your feet, and the stillness of the weather station is a protective shell that keeps the world at a peaceful and manageable distance for now. Every drop of rain that has fallen tonight is a part of a much larger story of the seasons and the land, and you're the quiet witness to this small fragment. You're leaning back in the wooden chair and feeling the weight of your body as the tension of the day has completely dissolved into the soft and steady rhythm of the night. The copper gauge will be emptied one final time before the sun rises, and the metal will shine with a dull and honest light in the coming gray of the dawn. The small numbers in your diary represent a mountain of patient observation, and you're aware that your work tonight will contribute to a deeper understanding of the world and its changes. You're closing your eyes for a moment and listening to the absolute silence of the weather station as it stands firm against the elements and holds the secrets of the sky. The ink on the page is drying into a matte and permanent record of the 3 o'clock hour, while the world outside waits in a state of quiet and perfect expectation. In the next hour, you will see the very first change in the quality of the darkness, and the story of the rain will move toward its final and most peaceful conclusion. You're watching the first faint change in the sky, where the deep black of the night begins to soften into a quiet and heavy shade of gray. The rain is still falling against the stone walls of the weather station, and the sound of it is lighter now as the clouds begin to empty themselves. You remain still in the high wooden chair and listen to the rhythmic ticking of the long case clock, while the smell of damp earth rises from the garden below. You're noticing how the shapes of the ancient yew trees are starting to emerge from the darkness, and their heavy branches are wet and still in the cool air. The copper rain gauge sits out on the lawn and waits for the next hour to be measured and recorded in the leather-bound diary that lies open on the desk. You're feeling the cool weight of the morning air as it moves through the small gaps in the window frame and brings the scent of wet stone into the room. The ink in the glass well is dark and still and reflects the pale light of the single candle that has burned low throughout the long and quiet night. You're listening to the very first notes of a single bird singing from the hedgerow, while the rain continues to fall in a steady and melodic pattern on the roof. The water moves down the glass panes in long and silver tracks and blurs the view of the garden wall where the moss is drinking the last of the rain. You're reaching for the quill and feeling the familiar texture of the feather, while the parchment waits to receive the final entries of this long and watchful night. The candle flame flickers as you move and casts a long and wavering shadow across the wooden floor where the dust motes are suspended in the cool morning air. You're breathing slowly and watching the faint mist of your breath as it appears and then vanishes into the stillness of the room while the clock strikes 4. The sound of the bell is muffled by the thick stone walls and the constant rain, and it feels like a secret signal shared only between you and the morning. You're sitting in the same position you have held for hours, and your body feels heavy and grounded in the quiet warmth of the woolen cloak around your shoulders. The history of these observations is written in the rows of numbers on the page, and each one represents a moment of attention given to the world outside. You're looking at the reflection of your own face in the dark glass of the window and seeing how the gray light from the east is changing your features. The rain gauge will soon be emptied for the final time today, and the water will be poured away as the record of its existence remains safe in the diary. You're noticing a small spider moving along the edge of the desk, and its movements are slow and deliberate in the dim light of the pre-dawn hour. The scent of iron gall ink is faint and sharp, and it mingles with the smell of the cold hearth where the last of the embers have gone to sleep. You're watching the horizon where the line between the land and the sky is becoming visible, and the world is slowly taking on the colors of wet slate. The rain is no longer a heavy curtain, but a thin and silver veil that hangs over the fields and waits for the sun to rise and dissolve the mist. You're feeling a sense of completion as the pages of the diary are almost full, and the story of this particular storm has been told in every detail. The ticking of the clock seems to grow louder as the other sounds of the night fade away, and the silence of the morning begins to settle over the house. You're leaning forward to see the rain gauge more clearly, and the metal surface is dull and wet as it catches the growing light from the eastern sky. The birdsong is becoming more frequent now as other voices join the first, and the sound rises above the rain to announce the arrival of the new day. You're waiting for the final minutes of the hour to pass, and the stillness of the weather station feels like a sanctuary where time has no urgent meaning. The water in the gauge is clear and cold, and it holds the memory of every cloud that has passed over the valley while you were sitting here in the dark. You're feeling the weight of the night lifting from your mind, and the exhaustion is a soft and comfortable presence that tells you the work is nearly done. The quill moves across the page with a faint and satisfying scratch, and the ink is dark and permanent as it records the final measurement of the rainfall. You're noticing how the light is catching the edges of the furniture and revealing the grain of the oak desk and the worn leather of the book bindings. The rain is a quiet companion that has stayed with you through the darkness, and now it seems to be retreating into the distance as the gray light grows. You're breathing in the damp air and feeling the coolness in your lungs, while the world outside is waking up in a state of quiet and perfect renewal. The garden wall is visible now, and the stones are dark and saturated with water, while the gravel paths are silver and reflecting the pale and empty sky. You're reaching out to touch the cold glass of the window, and the sensation is sharp and grounding, and reminds you that the morning has finally arrived. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know. You're watching the last few drops of rain as they fall from the eaves and splash into the puddles below, while the sky turns from gray to a pale lavender. The diary will soon be closed and placed on the shelf with all the others, and the record of this night will wait there for someone to find it. You're feeling the stillness of the room as a heavy and comforting blanket, and the transition from the night to the day is almost complete in this quiet place. The long case clock continues its steady work, and the sound of the ticking is the heartbeat of the weather station as it remains firm against the changing sky. You're closing your eyes for a moment and listening to the harmony of the rain and the birdsong, while the gray light fills the room and reveals everything. The next hour will bring the full arrival of the sun and the end of your long watch, and the quiet peace of the morning will carry you into a deep sleep. In the final chapter, we will step outside into the wet and silent garden and see the world as it begins to move under the first light of the sun. You're watching the faint gray light as it touches the edge of the copper rain gauge, and the cold metal shines softly in the early morning air. The scratch of your quill on the thick parchment is the only sound beside the rain, and the iron gall ink smells of earth and old metal. You're leaning forward to see the streaming water on the window glass, while the shapes of the yew trees begin to appear in the silent garden outside. The steady ticking of the long case clock marks the passing of another hour, and the sound is a constant companion in the stillness of the stone station. You're recording the final measurements for the night as the rain becomes a fine mist, and the birds continue their soft songs from the hidden branches. The tallow candle has burned low in its brass holder, and the warm light flickers gently against the dark wood of the desk where you work. You're feeling the weight of the wool shawl around your shoulders, and the warmth of the room is a shield against the damp morning air. The history of weather observation is written in these careful lines, and you're part of a long tradition of people who have watched the sky. You're noticing how the reflection of your face in the glass begins to fade as the light from outside becomes stronger than the light of the candle. The copper gauge outside has collected the rain of the whole night, and the water is clear and still within the cold metal cylinder. You're listening to the rhythm of the raindrops as they hit the stone windowsill, and the sound is like a slow and steady pulse in the room. The faint gray light reveals the dust motes dancing in the air, and the quiet space of the station feels sacred and separate from the world. You're dipping the quill into the dark ink one last time, and the nib makes a soft sound as it moves across the textured surface. The names of the winds and the types of the clouds are familiar friends in your mind, and you're holding the knowledge of the night close. You're seeing the first hints of green in the garden as the light grows, and the leaves of the ivy are slick and shiny with the rain. The long case clock strikes the hour with a deep and resonant tone, and the vibrations move through the floor and into your tired feet. You're finishing the last entry in the weather diary, and the ink is wet and dark against the pale parchment in the gathering light of morning. The air in the stone room is cool and still, while the smell of the damp earth rises from the garden and flows through the small cracks. You're placing the quill back in its holder, and the small action feels significant as the long watch of the night finally comes to an end. The copper rain gauge is a silent witness to the storms and the quiet mists, and you're thankful for the steady presence of the simple tool. You're watching the sky turn from a deep gray to a soft silver, and the clouds are moving slowly and peacefully across the horizon of the estate. The ticking of the clock remains the heartbeat of the weather station, and the sound is a comfort as you prepare to leave the quiet room. You're feeling the stillness of the morning as a heavy and peaceful weight, and the transition to the next chapter is a natural and gentle movement. The window glass is a mosaic of rain and light, and the world outside is becoming clearer and more defined with every passing minute of the dawn. You're gathering your things with slow and deliberate movements, and the soft sound of the wool shawl moving against your clothes is a quiet melody. The iron gall ink has settled into the fibers of the parchment, and the records of the rainfall will remain for many years in the library. You're standing by the desk and looking at the empty copper gauge in your mind, while the actual gauge waits outside in the wet and silent garden. The long case clock continues its steady work, and the sound of the ticking is the only thing that connects the night to the coming day. You're ready to step into the cool morning air and see the world as it begins to move under the first light of the rising sun. The gray light is filling the corners of the room, and the shadows are retreating into the edges of the stone walls and the heavy wooden desk. You're feeling a sense of peace as the rain becomes a soft whisper, and the birdsong grows louder and more confident in the quiet forest trees. The parchment is covered with the history of the night, and the careful measurements of the rain are a testament to the patience of the observer. You're noticing the texture of the stone walls as the light becomes stronger, and the rough surface is a solid and reassuring presence in the morning. The tallow candle is a small pool of wax now, and the flame is a tiny point of light in the silver glow of the room. You're closing the heavy ledger with a soft sound, and the weight of the book is a physical reminder of the work you have done. The copper rain gauge is shining with the wetness of the night, and the metal is cold and clean in the early light of the day. You're looking out the window at the path leading to the house, and the stone steps are dark and glistening with the remains of the rain. The steady ticking of the long case clock is a reminder that the world continues to move, and the time for sleep is finally drawing very near. You're feeling the cool air on your face as you open the small latch of the window, and the smell of the wet grass is fresh. The rain has almost stopped, and the clouds are breaking apart to reveal the soft colors of the dawn as they stretch across the quiet sky. You're taking a final look at the weather station, and the room is a sanctuary of peace and order in the middle of the changing weather. The records of the rain and the wind are complete, and the quiet satisfaction of the night is a warm glow in your tired mind. You're standing by the window as the first gray light of the morning begins to show itself against the wet glass of the weather station. The rain has changed its voice now, and it moves against the stone walls with a softer and more hesitant sound than it did during the long hours of the night. You're watching the way the mist rises from the valley below, while the trees begin to find their shapes again in the slow and steady light of the dawn. heavy clouds that covered the sky for so many hours are beginning to thin, and a pale and even glow is spreading across the autumn landscape. It is time for the final measurement, and you step out into the cold morning air for the last time to see what the sky has given to the gauge. The grass is wet and heavy under your feet, and the air smells of damp earth and fallen leaves as you walk across the stones to the copper vessel. You're lifting the gauge with careful hands and noticing how the metal feels cold and smooth against your skin after its long night in the rain and wind. There are only a few new drops of water inside, and they catch the gray light of the morning like small and perfect jewels before you carry them inside. You're back inside the small stone room where the candle is burning low, and the smell of the melting wax is thick and sweet in the quiet air. The diary is open to the last page, and the white parchment is waiting for the final entry that will complete the story of this long and rainy night. You dip the quill into the iron gall ink one last time and feel the slight weight of the feather as you prepare to write the final number. The scratch of the nib is the only sound in the room as the ink finds its place on the page and begins to dry into the grain of the paper. You're laying the quill across the top of the inkwell now and watching the way the wet ink catches the light from the candle before it turns black. The work of the night is finished, and the record is complete, and there is a sense of quiet satisfaction in seeing the rows of numbers on the page. You're closing the heavy leather cover of the diary, and the sound of the pages meeting is soft and final, like the end of a long and quiet journey. The room is growing brighter now as the sun remains hidden behind the clouds, but sends its pale and even light through the windows to touch the floor. You're leaning forward to blow out the candle, and the small flame flickers once and then vanishes into a thin and curling thread of blue smoke that rises. The smell of the extinguished wick lingers in the air for a moment, while the gray light of the morning fills the corners of the stone station. You're sitting in the stillness of the room and listening to the rain as it continues to fall with the same patient rhythm it has kept for hours. The clock on the wall continues its steady ticking, and the sound is a comfort as you sit in the growing light and feel the long night ending. You're feeling the weight of your own tiredness as a warm and welcome thing, and the chair beneath you is solid and supportive in the quiet morning. There is nothing more to record and nothing more to measure because the night has done its work, and the morning is here to carry things forward. You're watching the way the water streams down the glass in long and silver lines, and the world outside is soft and blurred and very peaceful. The history of the weather is a long and slow narrative that moves across the earth, and you have been a peaceful part of it for tonight. You're letting your eyes close for a moment while the sound of the rain becomes a distant and familiar song that follows you into the edges of sleep. The station is still, and the diary is closed on the desk, and the ink is dry on the page where the last number is now written. The rain that fell on the stone walls 2 centuries ago is the same rain that moves through the world tonight, and I believe it still is. You're lying in the quiet warmth of your own room now, and the stillness that the observer felt at dawn is the same stillness settling over you. You're drifting now with the sound of the water and the memory of the stone walls, and the peace that comes from watching one thing very closely. The night is over, and the morning is soft, and the rain will go on falling, and you can let yourself be carried away by the steady rhythm. You are safe, and you are warm, and the story is finished, and there is nothing left to do but rest in the quiet and the dark. And I just think that's a lovely thing to know. And the memory of the rain will stay with you as you drift into a deep and easy sleep. The rain continues, and the world is still, and you are sleeping now in the deep and patient peace of the autumn night that has come to an end.